1st, it will begin a new installment of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. The full 12 weeks will be concentrating on the beginning and fall of Babylon, history, the understanding of the religious aspect of Babylon, as well as what? The theme from Babylon, Rome to America. In the Academy, this is what you can look forward to. New lessons, the secret war of Edom against Israelites. But one thing we've never delved into was bringing forth the history, showing all the contentions and war Edom has waged against Israelites even until our present time. The desolation of abomination, how to calculate time according to God, and I can't wait for this lesson, Armageddon. The final war in heaven. If you've never been in the Academy, you want to be in this one. June 1st, we're in open enrollment right now. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Come on in.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Blessings, come on in.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates.
Shalom, shalom. Blessings, my
the
brother.
Lord held the water still.
To a land where no mankind
To a
dwelt.
land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
A good point.
Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia.
Hit the like button.
The Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. The Negroes. Benjamin the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest
Come on, hit the like button.
In Colombia, Ruben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be.
That's who we be. Come on.
The Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
Most High doing what? What is he doing?
Calling back Israel, Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters, the Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church here with our weekly broadcast. And guess what? You want all you know to see this particular lesson. If anyone wants to know what's going on in the earth prophetically, real time, this, brothers and sisters, is the place to be. First and foremost, I would like to say all praises be to the Most High Ahaya in the name of Yeshaya Rawchaa. That's the Most High God. His name is Ahaya. In the name of Yeshaya, through the Holy Spirit, Rawchaa, for giving us another day to bring forth this marvelous truth. And again, we're on a shadow band, so please hit the like button. Subscribe. Let everyone know that the Gathering of Christ Church is here on this channel, A Gathering 144. Now, and of course, you see the title. We're going to jump right in. I have a lot of extra biblical sources, books that I want to actually share tonight. So I'm going to jump right into it. And of course, we have Lawya on deck. We're going to take some phone calls. Please keep it within the parameters of the broadcast, the lesson. If you text for baptism or whatever the case is, I will give your number to the respective party to reach out to you as soon as possible. But please, let's stay within the topic. And if there's anything outside the topic, you can just text the number that's right there, 445-888-2759. And this is a way we can write it down and log it afterward and get somebody to you if you wish to get baptized or connect with the body. Because yes, you're going to need a body with what we are about to go through, especially after hearing this lesson today. Blessings, blessings. Now, our topic today, and I'll make other announcements later, but I need to jump right into this. Organized chaos and the beast. Organized chaos and the beast. Now, what's deep about this, in the midst of why I was actually going through this particular topic or this lesson for tonight, it had to have been about 3 hours ago. A brother out of nowhere texts me with information. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to dive into that. Information based on the same topic I was preparing for you this evening. And folks, we don't believe in coincidences, all right? So that was the Most High confirming that we really need to understand what's going on according to prophecy while there's still time to prepare, okay? To prepare. I'm going to tell you this right now. Starting with, we're going to show you what's really going down over in California. Over in California, folks. We have to understand that when they say they're building the wall, well, there's a spiritual wall that's getting built also that will protect the righteous for what the Most High will allow in the earth when they begin to just anarchy all over the place. What's going on in California is a pretext to what's about to go down. Now, I have my opinion on these so-called anarchists over in California wearing masks. These provocateurs. It seems as if they come out ever so often when there's an event. As if the same people put on masks, whether it be under a Black Lives Matter riot, no matter what the riots are, you have these malcontent organized anarchists, as if they're in place to cause more issues under the cloud of that event. And by doing so, laws are passed that will eventually take away more freedoms and bring the world under a prison planet. But we're going to break this down today. What's really going on in California, that and more, and it links right in to this particular lesson. Organized chaos and the beast. AI. Artificial intelligence. What does that have to do with the riots against the so-called illegal immigrants? See? You're going to understand that the left and right are working against the middle, who are the children of Israel. What you see over there has little to nothing to do with illegal immigration. That's just the event they're using to put the beast system, according to the Bible that prophesied that, this what we're seeing here, in place. To put the beast system in place, the Satanists need what? Through deceit, they need events to put in certain laws. Because if everything was going on as normal, the politicians couldn't push certain laws, because we would normally resist laws that mean what? Our people must suffer based on the new implementations of laws. So usually, if nothing is going on, there's no reason for us to agree with certain laws to be passed that we would normally push up against. But if there's an event under the guise of peace and safety, the government protecting you, we will allow what? We'll sacrifice some of our freedoms for safety. So they let millions of people in the country, 4 years straight, just letting people in the country to pillage and destroy the treasury and everything, right? Only for the next administration to come in and say, well, hold up, we need to now round some people up and put laws in place based on what the Democrats done. How long are our people going to realize that the people are going to realize they're being toyed with? And what is the Most High doing in all this? Because what they're implementing is serious. And at the end of it will be grave. What does the Bible say about this? How does what we're talking about today link with AI? Well, come on with us on this journey today. And after this, we're going to open up the calls. We're going to talk about this, because guess what? It's on. It's on. It's popping right now. And folks, this is the best place to be right now. And I'm going to tell you that right now. It's best to be under the protection of the Almighty in such a time as this. There's no better place to be. They're building a wall. It's a spiritual wall too, not just a physical wall. And Christ is building a wall. And those that are protected on Christ's side will get through the persecution. What is AI? What is the spirit of it? It's deep. We going in the academy, breaking down from Rome, Babylon to America. It seems like the Most High is working infusing all of our weekly lessons flawlessly into that academy lesson. Okay, now I'm going to talk about the academy lesson we'll be going into next week a little later. But without any further ado, let me bring in Elder Lawya. Let me bring in Elder Lawya. Shalom, Elder Lawya.
Shalom, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this, right? Organized Chaos and the Beast is the title. Now, it's surreal to be going through this, seeing real time what the Most High showed us years ago, even before there was any such thing as YouTube, right? Now,
Right.
before I bring it up to date, 2020-25, right? What I would like to do is go on a journey real quick, way back to July 2001. Now check this out. I sent you an article. From July 2001, a few months before the World Trade Center. Before the World Trade Center so-called terrorist attack on the Twin Towers. And through that attack, they were able to bring in stringent laws throughout the world, go to war all in the Middle East, only to put the whole earth under what? Under a military state, changing all the airports throughout the earth. Not for what exactly happened back then, but for the infrastructure they were seeking to have the whole world, subjected to under the beast that the Bible speaks of in the book of Revelation. Right? Before there was any such thing as Facebook, internet, interaction, Instagram. Folks, we're going to show you what all those things were implemented for. And I'm going to tell you, folks, they implemented all of that to separate us from the Spirit of the Almighty. And to send certain messages that would separate us so there'll be no protection once they begin to come for the people. I have this thing lined up, but just for time's sake, we're going to jump right in. Going way back before September 11, 2001, I was teaching out there and talking about the digital angel. What is a digital angel? A satellite surveillance system that was put out in space to track all people. Now, we all know digital angel as satellites. But if you look at the shape of satellites, Elder Lawya, they look like what? Artificial angels, right? Watchers out in space, taking the positions and courses of the gods that fell before the flood. They were watchers according to the Bible. So since they fell to this earth, they would need the artificial intelligence of the world to now become watchers on the outside of earth using technology. Digital angel. Folks, I spoke about this well before there was any such thing as YouTube. And I was telling people, don't fall for what they're telling you. Okay? We have to understand when there's what? State created. State created and or government created terrorism. Right? Which means you get a boogeyman. The boogeyman causes all the issues. The boogeyman was created by the same government who you're running to for safety. Now, through that, the boogeyman put what? The boogeyman places laws that will protect us from that particular event that they actually created. See? But for that protection comes what? You must give up something. So they'd be like, we can implement this, but guess what? The world you were in before is now sacrificed for you to be accepted in the world that will protect you. So from each event, we have lost freedoms after freedoms after freedoms. And one thing about government, once you lose a freedom or a right, it's never given back. For example, when the last time we heard about somebody running planes into anything? Right? It's been what, 24 years? But you're still being shook down at the airport. You still have a military front at the airport, even though nothing has happened. Right? I need y'all to think about that. That means we gave up the right to travel freely without military interaction, like it was before September 11, 9/11. September 11, 2001. And that, guess what? That's never going back. Now, why did they hire TSA and put badges on regular people? Because that gives us the optics of military. But I know eventually when it all goes down, brothers and sisters, they're going to move them regular old people out of the way and put military in those particular positions. And when that happens, it will never go back to regular people. Listen to what I'm telling you. I told people years ago, before there was a YouTube, that terrorism thing about Arabs, and I mentioned this over and over again, knowing there's new people who may view this. I said, don't go for the deceit to believe that 9/11 events had anything to do with some Arabs who came over here who had a problem with America. That the laws they were going to put in place would be in place against the awakening. Now that the Most High have begun to wake up Judah, especially, but also Benjamin and Levi and the 12 tribes in America. So they got to put Muslim extremists, and then they switched it. And this is how I knew they were coming after the Israelites who would one day understand that we are God's people. They changed the narrative all of a sudden overnight, Elder Lawya. And this, when it rung a bell in my mind years ago, before I even knew you, when they switched the narrative from Muslim extremists, and then they begin to say religious extremist. I'm like, oh. They've implemented all the security state and all that because there was Muslims. I don't hear them talking about Muslims anymore. And now the narrative from your talking heads, and you will know they all read from a script, right? The narrative from the talking heads now was what? Religious extremist. And I said, boom. Their plan is against the children of Israel. We're coming into the tail end of what? The desolation of abomination written of in Daniel. It's all about destroying us. They don't care about the Muslims. I'm going to tell you right now, Islam and the Arabs and the so-called white man Edom have always been what? Attached at the hip against us. Because it's Christ's doctrine that they're solely afraid of Christ's doctrine. So if the synagogue of Satan, who don't believe in Christ, wants to get rid of the people who's claiming to be Israelites who are. Well, you now lock arms with who? Your brother Ishmael, who's against Christ. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And you'll incentivize Arabs to come up into the neighborhoods where the people predominantly believe in the Bible and Christ, to start picking away at the people of Christ. Why? Because Christ is their greatest rival. Christ is who they can't overcome. So they have to allow us or teach us to readily give up our hedge in an effort to attack us. See? So when we started realizing we were Israelites and had that Bible in Christ, the synagogue of Satan, the people over there in the Middle East right now, got with their brother Ishmael and says, we have a problem. So let's play good cop, bad cop. We're going to claim that it's about you Arabs, only to allow you to come over to the country under the black and brown coalition and get all the finances that was allocated to Judah in America, so to starve them and their families out. See? Because you don't make a black and brown coalition and call Arabs minority in America when they've just attacked the capital of their financial system. So I put it all together. Years ago, the Most High allowed me to put it together. It was like I could see it and it was plain in front of me. Hold up. How the Hades you going to give the Arabs and have them become a minority in America in our neighborhoods after just telling me they have attacked the financial capital of the world in New York? Why are you putting them all up on our bumper next to us? And that's when I started to realize this is a switching bait. It never was about the Arabs. It was about the religious extremists. And the only so-called religion from their standpoint that threatens everything and exposes their wickedness is the fact that it's now known throughout the earth that we were and are the true people of the Bible, and that threatens them. It was always about stopping the awakening of the children of Israel. And guess what? Christ told us about this. Christ told us. When he got the disciples together, he says, listen, I want you to go out and tell the people, the kingdom is at hand. Let them know that I've come for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Let them know. I'll be with them. I will awaken them. And that's the threat, because with Christ, folks, that's our hedge. They cannot attack us under Christ's power unless Christ allowed them to, and they know it. So they got some guys, jumped off a camel with a fake book called the Quran to try to teach us Islam, knowing that what? Every great movement in America that defied their racism and hatred came directly out of the church for those who truly believed in Christ and the Bible. See? Now, 2001, Elder Lawya. Let me put this in a frame so that they can see it with no issue. I sent you a link earlier before we came on, Elder Lawya. You have it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me frame this so that they can see everything within the page. Great. And I'm going to blow this up so they can see it. Years ago, Elder, I was looking into a company called Digital Angel. Now, at this time, 2001, I began to awake more so, Elder Lawya, and I just wanted to, I apologize because as the Spirit give me understanding of that time, I really have to shape this narrative to where my mind was at this time, 2001. Right? 2001, and don't forget, early 1991, 92, I found out that I was an Israelite in my early 20s. I fully embraced that doctrine. I mean, I'm going to tell you, Elder Lawya, it was like that book came alive to me. And I would hold all these pages together to the point where the Most High was programming the book in my mind, where I can just recall scriptures as a young man like it was crazy. When there was any battles going on in the street, the generals would look around and say, "Ho, where's Rawchaa at?" Right? Because I would pull those scriptures. Because I stayed in them day and night. I couldn't let it go, especially when you first get that knowledge, that truth, right? So I grew into a man understanding the Bible to some degree going through the 2000s. Now, folks, this is what y'all probably didn't know. In the prophecies of UPK, we were told that a race war was going to happen in 1992. Didn't happen. I didn't make no big thing about it. Okay. But it was part of the prophecies that came down from the so-called heads. But I didn't make no big thing about it. No race war, okay, who cares? So that's why we were marching around in all black and all these others. But let me tell you where I was in 2001. Elder Lawya. That's 1 year released. 1 year passed. The prophecy of when all the heads, don't forget, all of them were there. Nate, Johanna, all of them. Nate and Tahar was over in New York. Johanna would come back and forth with my brother Dawada, Ralbon, and Haradapia in Philadelphia. It was 1 year past, 2001, the prophecy, the big prophecy. Because we were told in 2000, when I first came in, 1991 into 92, that Christ would be back in a UFO in the chariots by the year 2000. Okay? Now, why am I putting this out there? Because I know how exciting this truth can be for those who are newly awakened. Right? So they'll hear a lot of these guys out there teaching, you hearing it for the first time like I did in 1991, and you'll believe that what they're teaching is 100% correct. Now, hold up now. Us being in the Israelites, that part is correct. The Europeans being Edomites, that part is correct. Okay? But the doctrine of Christ and the doctrine and the history of this Bible concerning prophecy, totally incorrect, those guys. 100%. See, I was there. The year 2000. See? When they said, before the ball goes down in New York, Christ will return. And at the same time, nuclear missiles will be shot from Russia. See? 2000. And Christ is going to beam us up through the fire and bring us over into the wilderness. Huh? Oh, people thought because the internet came with YouTube that everyone would forget the lies that were taught before 2000. Nate, Johanna, and the so-called heads, that was the doctrine. So imagine me, right, past 2000, telling everybody around me that Christ's going to be back by the year 2000. Even though I didn't care. I knew the Bible was real, regardless of their false prophecy. That didn't shake my belief in Christ. I could understand what? I could see the difference between Christ that I read in the Bible and the error of men. So it wasn't going to shake my faith because men didn't tell the truth, because the Bible teaches us about men in the book of Micah, about men who deal with their own cause for their own gain and all these others. So if anything, the Bible identified those particular men who would use the Bible for their own advantage, but still it wasn't going to shake my faith. But I'm just letting you know, folks, where we were 2001. And then what happens in September? Boom. All at once, we're all looking at our TVs in our respective homes, seeing what appears to be planes hitting the Twin Towers a year later. Now, after all that went down, folks, I said what? Hold up. I know the Most High is real. I know this Bible is true. But, I thank the Most High for what these guys have taught me as far as me being Israelites out of the Bible. But there's a clear distinction between Christ's doctrine and the Pharisees' doctrine. And I said, you know what? I'm going to have to empty out everything they're talking about or ever said and learn again. I don't want none of that stuff that was taught back then to have an effect on what I'm reading as it is written. I'm not dealing with any more metaphors, parabolic philosophy. I'm not dealing with no reincarnation garbage. I'm not dealing with nothing that comes from men where I have to look at them in admiration above Christ himself. I'm going to look at this Bible and I'm going to ask the Most High, allow me to see and believe in you as it is written. Man can always disappoint. God will never disappoint. And I wasn't going to allow men to shake the faith that I knew concerning a God who's calling Israel back. And you know what I started studying? I started studying Matthew's, Mark, Luke, John, Christ's walk. I would pray. It's just study his walk. Just study his walk. Went into the Acts of the Apostles and started studying their walk. And eventually everything started opening up. That the law was our schoolmaster to bring us to Christ. There's another level here. There's another level that Christ wanted us to see. And we're not going to get caught up into believing that the doctrine of this Bible have been minimized to pointing out the white man as the devil. And that's the all to end all, that the white man bad, Israelite good. Childish doctrine. When the sweet spirit of the Almighty is manifold in wisdom. See? So I went to the book of Revelation, and it was clear as day that it was talking about the technology that would come into the earth. And I started studying digital angel. Enoch came into play. And I'm like, oh my goodness, the fallen angels. The satellites are the artificial copy of the angels or the gods that fell before the flood. that NASA and all these technological companies are truly a part of a priesthood. They are a part of a religion in reverence to the gods. Hence the reason when they shoot a rocket out in space, they call it Apollo. You notice everything they do, they mimic, they call it after a god they secretly serve. I'm like, oh, this is nothing like they've made us to believe. These governments are a part of religion. They worship the fallen gods. And it's the fallen gods who are giving them information. Technology. And I said, oh my goodness, it's coming around full circle. They're lying. They're lying about September 11, 2001 in that narrative about Arabs. Folks, they're going to come after the Israelites at the end. That's the narrative in the Bible. And now that our people has awakened, Satan is going to take all of his so-called gifts and blessings he have given our people in order to satisfy us or pacify us and say, listen, if you don't want to bow to me, then I'm going to leave you with nothing. You're going to have to make an allegiance to the world I've created. And I'm going to have the bank systems and everything digital to where you're going to have to capitulate. And if your God don't save you, you won't be saved. Man, I'm sitting there dancing around looking at the book of Revelation. I'm like, oh, this is cold-blooded here. We were taught back then, even though they did the best they could, okay? We were told back then that the mark of the beast is when you think or when your hand and mind is used for Esau. Whether you be a cop or whether you be in the military or whatever and you working for Esau, that's the mark of the beast. And when I read that Bible, as it is written, without what? Without permission from men who couldn't see, it all came into view. I said the September 11th thing isn't what they're telling us. They're putting an infrastructure in place, knowing that the Hebrews are waking up. And they're going to put a system in place to track us from the sky. Digital angel, the watchers. Huh? Hit that like button. So, Elder Lawya, I need you to read this. Because this is something. Yes, sir. This is something, Elder. I don't know. What year you were born, young man?
1989.
You was born 1989. So you had to have been what? 10 or 11 around this time?
Yeah, I was still in middle school. So yeah, you're talking about 10, 11, 12.
Look at this, young man. I was reading this right after Christ didn't come back in 2000. And you know, a lot of a lot of them would like to hide this information from the newbies who's following them. The only thing they did was resuscitate a dead doctrine that was already destroyed at the year 2000. YouTube and the internet allow them to revive it so that they can deliver this false doctrine that was proven to be false to those later who had no idea concerning what they were teaching back then. It's to a point where, and I see it all the time, they got a straight lie about me because they know I know it all. So they just lie to you. Oh yeah, oh no, I heard recall, man. Elder Lawya, you wouldn't make this up. Here's a new one too. Man, I heard recall, man. I heard he was on crack. They put that out there. Man, let me tell you, when you gotta make stuff up like that to deter people away who they know once respected me based on my works, when you got to put out stuff like that, you've already lost. Oh yeah, I know. And the young boys looking at him like, yeah, oh yeah, man, recall, man, we dragged him out of a crack house.
Wow.
But you know what? I understand why they would do it. I don't agree with it. You can't tell them the truth. And you don't want them asking questions. All right? Right? And guess what? Just say hypothetically, even though none of that never happened. Just say everything they're lying about me is true. Wouldn't that make the work of the Most High magnified to the point where he's more worthy to be praised, even though he's the highest praise? Wouldn't that make the God we serve a greater God if he can pull me from that to allow a work, that's now spread throughout the earth and have saved so many people? Wouldn't we even give greater glory and praise to the Almighty if that was so?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, then I would have another testimony for brothers who were struggling with that. And say,
Right.
I would use that as a testimony. But they have to lie. Right? I was reading stuff like this, breaking down in Revelation. 2001, let's read it.
Yes, sir.
A NASDAQ.
Digital angel implant technology designed to thwart the evil spirits.
Come on.
A NASDAQ-listed company which claims its microchip can help find children who have been kidnapped has been attacked as being an agent of evil. A prominent U.S. religious group has said the new technology is a prophecy of the coming of the devil, calling it the mark of the beast. Known as a digital angel, the microchip works in conjunction with GPS, military satellites positioned around the globe, and testing begins next month in Palm Beach, Florida.
They was just testing the RFID chip, the digital angel, back then. See, they were just testing it, and they were trying to sell it to the people claiming what? Hey, it'll help you find your kids, when these are the same pedos that are behind kidnapping kids. Look what we seeing now about the Epstein files. You think they care about the Epstein files they're hiding? You think they care about children? They could possibly be the reason your children are missing. Right? Come on.
If successful, its maker, Applied Digital Solutions, will start implanting them inside humans between the muscle and the skin on the forearm next year. Each early shipment start in October for a $300 watch with the chip inside and comes with a thing like a beeper which clips on your belt and holds the technology linked to the GPS. The angel pinpoints your whereabouts so that you could even be found in a cave in South America. Bioprobes on the back of the watch also relay medical information over the internet so specialists can monitor your physical and mental health.
There go your health care. They were talking about that back then. And this was before Obama, folks, who came up with Obamacare, which only did what? Allow all of your health history to be placed in one database. So his administration dealt with the database scenario of what? Of the mark of the beast system. Let me tell you, poor people never had to worry about health care, because health care is what they use to do their eugenics against us. So we wasn't worried about that. We never had to worry about a health bill. They wanted us to go into the doctor's office and diagnose us with some stuff. So Obama, years later, was the healthcare man. Not that our healthcare would change, but to make sure that what? It took away doctor, patient privilege. It was at one time, folks, if you spoke to a doctor, no one outside that doctor knew anything concerning your health. Okay? Or that doctor can be sued out of existence. There was nothing growing up where you can be outside telling people that you got a shot, or you went to your doctor to get a vaccination or a shot. That would be against doctor-patient privilege. You see how slowly they took away all of our freedoms to a degree where we're just walking around willy-nilly talking about the medical procedures we're having. But that's after Obama, who put everything in a database. It took away doctor-patient privilege. Another doctor shouldn't know what another doctor diagnosed you with, because that in of itself takes away what? That takes away the second opinion. You want new eyes on your sickness so that the doctor can test you to know whether or not you got a right diagnosis from the other doctor. You don't want to tell them nothing. You go there as if you have nothing and say, check me. And then you be the arbiter. You be the decider on which doctor is telling you what's right for you. Well, folks, they took that right from us. Now you go to another doctor, he's not looking at you with a blind eye and concern of what's going on real time. He will pick up from the diagnosis of the last doctor. See? So the healthcare is a key component with the mark of the beast. Why? Because it will be your doctors administering it. Your tattoo artists, who a lot of them are Satanists, who will be administered it. And I knew this back then. And Elder Lawya, let me make it clear, Lawya. When I was telling everyone in 2002, 2003, from the guys I used to be around, and told them that the mark of the beast is an implant, they were looking at me like I was crazy. What are you talking about? Maybe this is what probably confirmed to them some of the rumors they were putting out there. Oh yeah, Elder Rawchaa must be on crack. You know, he told me that they're going to be shooting people with RFID chips. Right? So maybe when I started telling them what was really going on in the Bible, they sitting there looking at me not saying much, but it's confirming, oh yeah. Yeah, I think Rawchaa been hanging out at Taj Mahal. Right?
Right.
So here it is. Rawchaa must, Taj Mahal, New Jack City, ain't it? Right? So anyway, was that New Jack City or was that the one with Samuel Jackson? I forget which one it was, but anyway.
No, that's New Jack City.
New Jack City? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So maybe when I started telling them about the RFID chip, that was confirming some of the rumors. So I can't hold that against them fully, because I was coming from left field with some technology none of them knew about, right? But I knew it was real, right? So, you know, I don't mind laughing with them, right? So let's go. But this is what I was going into, right? It says early shipments. Let's start there.
Yes, sir. Early shipments start in October for a $300 watch with the chip inside and comes with a thing like a beeper which clips on your belt and holds the technology linked to the GPS.
That's how old this information is, Elder Lawyer. It's talking about beepers was the technology when I was growing up.
Right.
If you had a beeper, you had it going on, right? You had that thing, you know, it's like a whole CB. They made them little too. But here it is. When somebody beeped that thing and their phone number came up, you was the man. Hold up. I got some business. I got some business to take care of. All right? You know what I mean?
Right.
Can you imagine somebody running around with a beeper now? But I'm showing you how old this article is. We're coming out of the beeper era to a point where the news article is letting us know it's like a beeper which clips onto your belt and holds a technology linked to the GPS. Now, GPS is a global positioning satellite to track people. Right? Read. Mm-hmm. And then it says and then guess the lawyer. Now listen, it doesn't even hide what this thing is connected to a spirit. Read the next paragraph.
The angel pinpoints your whereabouts.
The angel pinpoints your whereabouts. Watcher.
Mm-hmm.
The watchers. These are artificial angels moving around the earth the same course they were before the fall. The angel, which is your satellite, pinpoints your whereabouts. Read.
So that you can even be found in a cave in South America. Bioprobes on the back of the watch also relay information over the internet.
Medical information.
Relay medical information over the internet so specialists can monitor your physical and mental health.
Look at that. So with this on the watch, but they talking about implanted in you now, they could monitor your physical and your mental health. What type of technology can actually know your state of mind?
Right.
Right? That can quantify and understand what you're going through psychologically. What is this? Right? Read on.
That information is collected and bundled with location coordinates provided by GPS and sent by wireless to a hosting center on the internet, which allows access by authorized users, said Bob Jackson.
Folks, this was before September 11th, 2001 so-called terrorist attacks in New York. The same year, July. 2 months before the September 11th attacks, they were talking about this. And of course, I started talking about it, and the guys around me, right, who knew they were Hebrew and all that, thought I was crazy. I said, what the mark of the beast? The mark of the beast is thinking like the white man. That means your hand, this is that jailhouse philosophy. That means your hand and your mind is backing the white man against his people. That's the mark of the folks. You can laugh, but that's what they were teaching. If you're in the world working for the white man against your people, that's the mark of the beast in your right hand. Okay? A lot of them still are teaching that. If you get a chance, them UPK guys, go ask them and they'll tell you. The technology is actually here, and they'll still tell you that. Boy, the Lord saved me out of that mess. Right? Let's go.
Yes, sir. In kidnappings for ransom, the child is sometimes not returned alive. With Digital Angel, we can tell if the child is still alive while the parents are organizing the ransom, said Jackson.
Man, they done figured this all the way out. This sounds like a Taken movie. Right? At least with Digital Angel, if you shoot your child like a pet with an RFID chip, we can monitor your child and let you know whether your child is alive if it's kidnapped. Instilling fear in the people to get the RFID chipped in people. And this was back then. Right? Read on.
In certain requests, people said they wanted this implanted, and others said it's not a good idea, he added. As the company registers orders for the watches in October, they played down the human implant development after the American Family Association, a right-wing religious group, said the invention is the biblical mark of the beast. A quote taken from the book of Revelation, where no man can buy or sell without the mark on their forehead or arm.
So you had right-wing Christians in the United States saying this eerily sounds like the prophecy that was given to John on the Isle of Patmos in the book of Revelation. See? Where no man can buy or sell unless they have the mark of the beast. Now, that was unheard of back then when I first started looking into this, because the only thing we had was what? We had cash money. Credit cards was seldom used. It was, cash and carry. But now, look at us now. We can go, if we wanted to, a month or more without spending an actual dollar bill. Without spending an actual, not one paper money. We can do all types of transactions right now without even touching paper money. Right? So understand that right-wing pastors, they all got together in the American Family Association. Now you see why they had to destroy family? And now make you think family is anybody, even it perverts around children, as family. You see why they had to take away family? Because it was families that was standing in the way of a lot of these bills from government that would lead to them implementing the mark of the beast. You had believing people in political positions opposing the Satanists, who were the what? Minority at a time. Now, if you are a people from the synagogue of Satan who don't believe in Christ and begin to receive political sachet and authority over politics like AIPAC, what would you be pushing? Would you be pushing what was shown to John, or would you be against it? Because Christ showed the mark of the beast to John. So obviously these people would be the ones pushing the technology because they are against Christ. They don't believe in Christ. They hate Christ. So it was Christians resisting the technology back in 2001. But something happens. If you see a big event of biblical proportion, like planes hitting a building, the whole earth shuts down, right? Now the whole narrative goes towards what? We need the government to protect us from the outside terrorists. Not realizing a lot of these events has allowed legislation to be passed that leads to them implementing the system, the beast system. Read on. The inventor.
Yes, sir. The inventor of the chip, Peter Zhu, chief scientist for development of the implant, said, there are different interpretations of the Bible. Anything to improve the quality of life is from God.
Okay, so now here's the Jedi mind trick Satanists use. Instead of addressing the concern that the people had who claimed that this might be the mark of the beast, Instead of addressing what their concerns were, they just went into many interpretations. Right? And that's a straight cop-out, because my question would have been to this demon, Peter Zoo, well, what is your interpretation of it?
Right.
If there's many, give me yours. Because the Bible, when Peter says, no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. That means the scriptures only mean what it was when the men wrote it down who were inspired by God. The Most High didn't send dual meetings through its prophets and teachers. So just because there's many interpretations, that means you may have a perspective or I may have a perspective. Okay? There's only one perspective. The perspective, that's right, according to how it was given by God. So don't try to come to me with, well, anything. Well, when it comes to interpretations, there's many interpretations in the Bible. We're not talking about many interpretations. We're talking about this one. And if the RFID is not the mark of the beast, then you tell me what is. What is your interpretation? Because it wasn't the Bible that had those guys back then when I was amongst them who said, well, the interpretation is, if you're using your right hand for the white man and thinking against your people for the white man in your head, you got the mark of the beast already. That was his interpretation, right? So let me go to the Bible real quick and see what the Bible's interpretation is right here, Elder Lawya. That's some, I'm going to tell you, when I come to think about it, you're talking about some insane doctrine. Well, if you're thinking for the white man and your hand is operating for the white man, you got the mark of the beast, brother. Like, come on, man. Somebody bring the Sandman in and just hook him off the stage with that hot mess. Let's go into the Bible and look into the Greek and see what the mark of the beast is. When you go into Revelation 13, and let's go straight to it, and we're going to jump back to it in a minute.
Yes, sir.
When you go down to Revelation 13, right? And we go straight to 16 concerning the function of that mark, right? Let's read the 16th verse. Read it.
Revelation 13 and 16. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead.
So he calls of both small and great. So it doesn't matter your status.
Mm-hmm.
Rich or poor. You can be homeless, or let's just use Donald Trump being a billionaire as an example. Free, whether you're walking around freely, or bond, in jail. To receive a mark where?
In their right hand or in their forehead.
So let's break it down. Let's edify. So let's go back to 13. And when you see here, it says what? Right here. And it says no matter who you are, you can be homeless on the street, they're going to need to track you. Now, let's look at the word mark. Mark. Charagma in the Greek was shown to who? John on the Isle of Patmos. Same as the Greek 5482. 5482. Listen to this, folks. Charax. To sharpen to a point. Folks, that's a syringe. See, John was seeing visions of the future. That's an syringe. Something with a point to it. Through the idea of scratching. You scratch or pierce someone's skin with a stake. Now check this out. And we're going into this. And there's also a component connected to Satan that will what? Initiate you into an army against those who believe in Christ. A palisade or rampart, a military mound for circumvallation in a siege. So these people are going to be led into a siege against God's people at the end through mind control. That's why they want your health, your physical health, and your mental health connected to the beast. See? And there was a test run only a few years ago for what they're going to do in the future. Stick with me now. A mark. What is a mark? Charagma, a scratch. An etching, that is a stamp as a badge of servitude. See? Now, look at this. So you'll have that. This is what John seen. And this is, let me know, it can't be how you're thinking and what you're doing with your hand. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if you swear an oath to the military and go out and fight for the white man, you got the mark in your right hand and your head is twisted. Man, I don't know what these guys were thinking about. It was in the Greek. So you can't have another interpretation outside of something etching or scratching the skin, like we've just read in that article. And it is attached to what? The bank systems. We're going to talk about that in a moment. And that no man, what, Elder Lawyer?
And that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
And the test run happened not too long ago, when they was having everyone stand what? 6 feet apart. The number of his name. Let's read the 18th verse, Elder.
Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
So the test run was during COVID, when you were standing at the market in any place 6 feet apart in a line. In every store, they had a tape showing the 6 feet distance. So they showed it during COVID because COVID was the test run to see how many mindless zombies would follow the beast without question. See? So when you stand, if you were to look at everything from a bird's eye or a satellite view where people were standing, it would be what? 666, 666, 666, 666. Where no man can buy or sell, the test run. You cannot go into the store, or you cannot go into a restaurant unless you had your vaccination card. Folks, that was the test run. How do you know that it's talking about currency? No man can buy or sell. Well, it would be impossible for them to do this if you got your money and you're bartering with other people. But if something happens where the economy crash and your money is worth nothing unless you come in to the bank to get credits to be utilized and spend that way, when now the bank controls everything. Your money's not worth anything unless you cash it in for credits that can now be utilized in stores. And they will decide how it's going to be. You're going to think that, okay, why don't you put it on my card? I'm like, no. your cards are obsolete. People can steal that. They're going to already tell you. We've already transferred all of your money into your chip. Your cards are canceled. And don't think they can't do that. How many times you swipe a card wrong or you put in your wrong PIN and you go to use it and it doesn't work? So now you got to call the bank or they'll text your phone to confirm that that was you who was using the card. And guess what? You can't even take out your own money until you check with them to release your card. Huh? And they did the test system initially with the poor through the EBT, SNAP, welfare and food stamp system. That's where the beta test was when we were coming up. Because they used to give our mothers and our families cash money and a food stamp booklet. I don't know if I'm showing my age right now. But then they switched it to where they were putting your food and your cash on one card. Well, the next stage, now that they're taking away jobs, is they're going to say you must go to your doctor's office or go to a place, your DMV, in order to get access to your money. So they're not going to take your money. They're not going to take it. Your money's still going to be there. But you're going to have to get the mark of the beast to get access to it. Huh? Let's read that again, Elder. Read that last piece. 16.
Yes, sir. Revelation 13-16. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead.
That what?
And that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
Now, when you check it out and go back to what I read years ago, letting you know that all this terrorist stuff was a bunch of bunk, that was really them doing events to lead into the mark of the beast system. When you go here, digital angel implant, and this article came out, brothers and sisters, in 2001, 2 months before the World Trade Center so-called attack, where they were talking about testing the RFID chip. And at the same time, Elder, I was reading this, folks, I was studying this in the book of Revelation. And I'm like, listen, this is what we need to be on right here. This is explaining what's going on politically in the earth, leading to the Antichrist system that will engulf the world. And that system is against the awakening of Israelites. The same way Nero did a false flag and burned the markets during the time in Rome that led to them coming against the black Israelites as Christians in 70 AD. The same thing. It was Nero who burned those markets and sat there and fiddled while what? While Rome burned. And everyone knew that Nero was behind that, only for them to blame our people in Jerusalem, which led to them sieging us and taking us down through a desolation in 70 AD. That's how we ran into Africa and these other places and ended up in America. So the false flag game is real with Esau. So whenever they put out an event, understand, don't look the way they're telling you to look. Understand the overall plan is the siege against the children of Israel who has now awakened. And it leads us, Elder. Man, we thick up in here, 2,000 already. All praises. Hit that like button. I got to give y'all a round of applause on that. Yeah. Bless you, brothers and sisters. Elder Lawya,
Yes,
now,
sir.
now, since we're there, let's go straight to it. Understand everything they're doing is misdirection. So let's start here. Let's move it up to our present time. Let's move it to our present time based on what's going on over there in California with these cats running around with the mask, eerily similar to what? What we seen during Black Lives Matter, the anarchists, who wait for every event to come out. And I believe these people, a lot of them are straight up Satanists. Okay? Who are mercenaries who's used for every event. And how would you know? They usually come out with masks on. See? And it's crazy. It seems like everybody had to wear masks and during so-called the Rodney King. Remember the Rodney King riots and all that when everyone was scared about COVID? You notice no one was concerned about people that was rioting out there that without masks and throwing stuff around. There was
George Floyd.
George Floyd. Excuse me. During
Yes,
the George Floyd thing. You notice that was the same time during COVID that CNN, none of them was concerned about COVID when they was out there as anarchists throwing stuff. And then our people out there were saying, well, this is weird because we weren't the ones actually throwing Molotov cocktails and all that. They were saying it was white people with masks on coming behind the black people, tearing things up. And at the end of it, the cops was locking our people up.
Right.
These are anarchists. These are Satanists. Marxists. Everybody know that Marxists are Satanists, folks. So here we go again. An event that will lead to the mark of the beast. They have to implement certain things in place. And I'm going to show y'all today where cell phones and all that comes into play. Fair use. Fair use.
What I believe is happening and why they want you in a civil war. So in the next couple weeks, these are being planned right now, very well funded, very well organized. At a city near you, we're going to have a riot. It's not just protests, full-on riots. And if you watch this video, what's happening? Why aren't the police doing anything? Why aren't they stopping and arresting these people? Well, most of these agencies where these riots are happening are liberal-led agencies. They are, in my belief, telling them to stand down. Why? Why are they dropping off bricks? Everywhere across America, they're dropping off these pallets of bricks. Why?
Same thing they did during the Black Lives Matter thing on the George Floyd. Why are they dropping off bricks? Who's dropping off bricks?
Because they want to get violent and the police won't do anything. So then what? Patriots like you and I, it'll make us want to go in and fight. Don't do it.
I told y'all even during the George Floyd garbage, our people are not to go out there. Don't let them trigger you. Folks, y'all need to go back to a lot of our videos, even before George Floyd and all that. Now, we're telling you that Esau uses what? He uses deceit. These events are to draw us in, with us being the target. Now our people we done grew some sense already because we're not going out there for this. We starting to see the game with this immigration thing. So don't try to make this a big deal after you had 4 years letting these people into the country, and it was Democrats and Republicans letting them into the country for 4 years. So don't try to come as if, oh my God, we need to do something about these immigrants. No. Under the cloud of immigration and illegals, you need to look at the laws they are about to put in place leading to the mark of the beast.
It is a trap.
Fair use.
They're trying to suck us in. So
Yeah, folks, do y'all see this? Do y'all see the cars on fire with cameras on tripods, strategically taping stock footage? That for the Associated Press and others? Who's gonna have a tripod, Elder Lawya, in the midst of cars blowing up, strategically next to a car? Wouldn't you fear the fire jumping on you if something really blew up? Let me play this all the way.
happening and why they want you in a civil war. So in the next couple weeks, these are being planned right now, very well funded, very well organized. At a city near you, we're going to have a riot. It's not just protest, full-on riots. And if you watch this video, what's happening?
Now, folks, they blaming this on, they blaming a lot of this on illegals. But suppose these people are Indians. Suppose they're from India and other places and have been paid to be anarchists to pose as immigrants that are causing violence in the areas. And I'm going to tell you, they did the same thing in Tiananmen Square over in Egypt. I remember back then. I was teaching all in that region over there. And I'm talking about, I was in England when that went down in Tiananmen Square. And guess what? There was people over in Egypt saying, and you know the people are poor in Egypt. They was paying Egyptians 50 Egyptian pounds to get on buses to go to Tiananmen Square to make people believe that there was some type of civil war going on. They were paying people to get on a bus and go to Tiananmen Square. But I'm going to tell you, but they were showing us over in America as if there was some civil war breaking out when a lot of that was orchestrated over there.
Why aren't the police doing anything? Why aren't they stopping and arresting these people?
Fair use.
Most of these agencies where these riots are happening are liberal-led agencies. They are, in my belief, telling them to stand down. Why? Why are they dropping off bricks? Everywhere across America, they're dropping off these pallets of bricks. Why? Because they want to get violent and the police won't do anything. So then what? Patriots like you and I, it'll make us want to go in and fight. Don't do it. It is a trap.
What is this tripod doing here?
All right, so let me explain what I believe is happening.
Right,
and
hold
why
on.
they.
Hold on, let me go back.
All right, so let me explain what I believe.
I'm gonna let
is
it play all the way
happening
through
and
now.
Why they want you in a civil war. So in the next couple weeks, these are being planned right now, very well funded, very well organized. At a city near you, we're going to have a riot. It's not just protest, full-on riots. And if you watch this video, what's happening?
So they paying.
Why aren't the police doing anything?
So they paying these Babylonians. These are probably East Indians. Got them out of those mud huts over there and gave them a few dollars to throw bricks in America.
Why aren't they stopping and arresting these people? Well, most of these agencies where these riots are happening are liberal-led agencies. They are, in my belief, telling them to stand down. Why? Why are they dropping off bricks?
And somebody say there's a few Judah out there also. You'll find a few simple-mindedness out there, but Who knows? These could be children that were raised, that were adopted, folks, by these crazed liberals from Africa. They were going to Africa. And you remember there was a whole epidemic of these crazed white satanic liberals going into Africa adopting children? Well, this can be a lot of their children out there with this mess. They done freaked out. So just because you see black people, don't think it's us. They got a lot of these orphans that they have messed up and made them into mercenaries to push their political agendas. And by doing so, if you see black people doing it, automatically they'll blame what's going on our people.
Everywhere across America, they're dropping off these pallets of bricks. Why? Because they want to get violent and the police won't do anything. So then what? Patriots like you and I, it'll make us want to go in and fight. Don't do it. It is a trap.
Yeah, they can get their stock footage out of this one. Now, if you're overseas, you'll think that America's on fire if you see this from overseas.
And then we're going marching right into their trap for the civil war that they want. So what's the answer as hell breaks loose and violence ensues throughout these cities? Are we going to go save their cities? They're already gone. So get a food storage, get right with God, get out of major cities when it starts getting bad. Do not fight with these people. That's exactly what they want. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. I promise you.
He's right on. Going to the next one, Elder. Listen to this. Out of nowhere now, let me show you. Out of nowhere, this Lori Loomer stated that it's time for Trump to deploy Palantir Tech to Los Angeles to deal with the illegals. Now, this Jewish woman says, this Lori Loomer, it's time to deploy at Palantir Tech to Los Angeles to deal with the illegals. So what is they implementing here? What is Palantir Tech? And then she says, well, you know you'd love to see it. You're lying if you say you wouldn't. Remember I told you about these events lead to them implementing the mark of the beast infrastructure and technology? Listen to this, fair use.
That this master database won't be weaponized against you. And to be perfectly honest, history tells us that the likelihood is pretty high that it will be used against you one day. So to quote RFK Jr., 1, any power that the government takes from the people, it will never return voluntarily. 2, every power that the government takes,
fair use,
it will ultimately be abused to the maximum extent possible. 3, nobody ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. The only thing we can do is resist. Be careful out there, people.
So what is it talking about there, Elder Lawyer? They're seeking to release Palantir technology as a tool to combat some of the illegals who are now causing violence in California. A new surveillance system. Don't forget, I reported a month and a half ago when Trump was overseas making a deal where there's billions of dollars that are being thrust into our economy for AI in the United States. But they need an event as a reason that they can vote into this stuff. They need an event to justify voting AI in. Now, what is this? Let's talk about it for a second. Folks, and this was from May 30th right here. Let me read it. Trump taps Palantir to create master database on every American. Now, hold up. I thought Palantir, according to Loomer, was to be released because of the illegals. Time to deploy Palantir tech. Folks, a lot of what I'm bringing, you're not going to find out there anywhere, bringing it all together prophetically. So you better get your ears on this, because I'm going to tell you, we're going to tell you before it's over where this is going and how this will affect us all. Okay? So she just say out of nowhere, time to deploy Palantir tech to Los Angeles to deal with the illegals. But hold up. Illegals, not too long ago, even before the riots, this was in the news, the New Republic. Trump taps Palantir to create master database on every American. You see the bait and switch? The event, the Hegelian dialectic. Problem? You got your problem. And then from the problem, it's what? You go to them for the solution. Problem, the people react. Oh my goodness, what are we going to do about these illegals? Solution. The Hegelian dialectic. Problem, the people react and the government comes with a built-in solution. Like it was. Oh my God, Wuhan, China. People are dying on the street. Oh my God. Whipping everybody up in a tizzy. And then we like, oh my God, that's the reaction. I heard people dying all over the place. Lord, shut the door. Go in the house, shut the door. Hey, don't let Carol in my house. I heard she sneezing. Y'all got 1 hour to get in my house being around these people, or y'all gonna stay out all night. Y'all not gonna bring Wuhan up in here. People out of their minds reacting to what talking heads are saying on TV. Then you had people smelling their own breath. Hold up, because I don't think I can smell. I can't taste anything. Then you go up and I can't taste. So I think something is going on here. And next thing you know, here it is, you in a body bag. When you should have got yourself some Haagen-Dazs ice cream, looked at TV and went to sleep and turned off the news. You'd have been fine. Same thing. They got our people just on a string. Folks, they can't implement the next stage unless there's a reaction, a mass reaction by the population. What they'll do, they'll let it dud out and wait for the next event where the people will react. How do you know? Folks, let me tell y'all, folks, I've been in this thing for a long time. And I remember certain things. I remember when they was reporting swine flu in 2008, claiming it was going to be the next epidemic. It was on all the TV. But you know why they couldn't pull off what they pulled off with COVID? Because they didn't get the reaction from the people that would lead for the solution. So they'll throw it out there to see if it, if it take. And only if the people react can they bring the solution. They try to do it with the swine flu, but nobody cared about that. Okay, we went to the doctor's office. They're like, y'all, hey, I heard that swine flu. Hey, listen, save that for your mama. If you want to get that, you go ahead and get that, okay? Get out my face with that. Okay, a matter of fact, I'm an Israelite. And it's against the law for me to deal with swine. And if I'm not going to eat it, you're definitely not going to inject it in me. Okay? It's against God's law. Okay? So I remember that, folks. There was swine flu hysteria. But the people didn't react, so they couldn't come with it. So they need the reaction of the people to go forth with it. Right? And I've seen people, that's how you know there's a mental illness that goes with this I would say this hysteria of fear. That's how you know it's a mental illness. I've seen people in the car with all of their windows rolled up by themselves with a pair of sunglasses and a mask on. So who are they afraid of catching something from in the car with themselves? That's the mental illness piece of this. I'm telling y'all, the stupor. But anyway, I digress. Trump taps Palantir to create master database on every American. The Trump administration, a matter of fact, Elder Lawya, so I can save my voice a little bit.
Yes, sir.
You mind if I send this to you real quick and you can just pick it up?
Sure.
Okay, I just sent it to your messages.
All right, I have it here.
Okay, the Trump administration, right under Palantir.
Yes, sir. The Trump administration is collecting data on all Americans, and they are enlisting the data analysis company Palantir to do it. The New York Times reports that President Trump has enlisted the firm, founded by far-right billionaire Peter Thiel, to carry out his March executive order instructing government agencies to share data with each other. The order has increased fears that the government is putting together a database to wield surveillance powers over the American public.
Now, this sounds eerily similar to what they implemented through the Patriot Act, claiming that they had to do what? That they had to fuse all government agencies because there was a disconnect during the attacks of September 9/11. Because of disconnects between agencies, the terrorists were able to actually go along with the plan. But if all the government agencies worked flawlessly together, local, state, and federal, that they could have thwarted that off. That's what they was claiming. And now this is the Patriot Act on steroids. It's telling you here that they're going to have this new technology, folks. I'm going to show you what this is in a moment. Palantir. Palantir. The government is putting together a database to wield surveillance powers over the American public. A surveillance leading back to Digital Angel, the Watchers. Come on. Since then, the administration has been very quiet about these efforts, increasing suspicion. Meanwhile, Palantir has taken more than $113 million in government spending since Trump took office, from both existing contracts and new ones with the Department of Defense and Homeland Security. That number is expected to grow, especially given that the firm just won a new $795 million contract with the DOD, or Department of Defense, last week. So that kills the idea that Trump is in position to save when it comes to the spending, the necessary spending in government.
Right.
Right? Remember Doge is about America first, and Doge is because the Democrats was dealing with wasteless spending. Well, what is this? This have nothing to do with illegals right here, folks. There's a next stage in implementing the Mark of the Beast system with AI at the heart of it. And folks, why are they going to have to implement this? Keep in mind, folks, when the people realize there is no jobs and no new jobs are going to open up, when they start to realize that we've been sold down the river, there will be total mutiny and chaos in the streets. They've already began to do what? Make food deserts in all the areas our people live. Walmart in certain areas, massively shutting down. Certain supermarkets shutting down. And y'all don't even see this. This is what happened in 70 AD when they put a trench around our cities and made it where what? In Masada, made it where we could not go down to get any food, and they made a trench where we couldn't draw any water. And if we try to go down to get any substance for our family, the Roman military was picking us off, our men, women, and children, during the time of 70 AD. So they pulling out all the stores claiming, well, there's thievery going on. Of course there's thievery going on. When you got nut job liberals making laws and telling people that you can go steal something up to $900 and don't have to worry about, being prosecuted for it. Can you imagine telling a poor person who's suffering in the ghetto that they can go somewhere and take something for $900 and don't have to worry about going to jail? It was the nut job liberals who put that in our heads. And then once we started they were urging us to go do it. Then we go do it to feed our families. Now they come around and say, you know what? Because we can't sustain these stores, we're shutting them down. Because too many people steal it. You got to watch how they be working. Just because they putting the bait out there doesn't mean we have to take it. I told people about those PPP loans, that it was a trap when it was happening. Folks, you know how many people was calling me talking about, hey man, money's just raining over here. Man, you get your PPP? I got a cat around the corner that's hooking everybody up. I'm like, listen, get off my phone. Okay, I don't care about the cat you talking about. Elder Lawya, these cats are getting PPP loans and knowing that these cats were on Social Security. You're getting a Social Security check under $1,000 a month, talking about you got a business for a PPP loan. I'm like, man, if you don't get off my phone, right? Talking about June, man. It's just raining right now, man. It's killing right now. They're just giving it away. We don't got to worry about it. I'm like, listen, nothing in this world that Esau give you is for free. They're going to circle back. They're going to circle back around and require something of you. You better not do that. And I was telling people, now they're circling back around now. And I told them, you can't be doing this stuff. Esau set traps for you. The cunning hunter. He knew exactly what our people were going to do if they were told they can give their Social Security your Social Security number to a cat that was just peddling fake gold around the corner yesterday. He was selling brass around the corner yesterday, and now he can give you some PP loan hookups. I'm gonna tell y'all, man. And now they're circling back around, locking people up. Federal cases on people now. Let's go. Planetary is speaking with various agencies.
Yes, sir. Palantir is speaking with various agencies across the federal government, including the Social Security Administration and the IRS.
Stop right there, Elder. So now Palantir is merging Social Security Administration and the IRS. About what?
and the IRS about buying its technology.
Rich, hold up, Elder Lawyer. Small or great, rich or poor. The IRS and the Social Security, now they say that they're already talking about buying it and they put it in the news. No, it's already done. They're just letting you know about what they're about to do. So they're moving all of this into Palantir. And you would never guess what Palantir is, folks. It's one step towards the mark of the beast. According to the Times, go ahead, Elder.
According to the Times, Palantir's Foundry tool, which analyzes and organizes data, is already being used at the DHS, the Department of Health and Human Services, and at least 2 other agencies, allowing the White House to compile data from different places.
The Department of Health and Human Services, which will go all the way down to what? Those that have housing, those that have SNAP, and all of that. To fuse all of it into one database. With a surveillance component to it that they're beta testing through this particular riot in California. Because in Palantir, not only does it have all that, it also has the technology of what? Facial recognition. And this is why Trump is telling people, if you wear a mask, they're going to throw you in jail, because they want to now test the facial recognition from the satellite component within Palantir. Using this event for an exercise to test the mark of the beast systems that are out in space already. And there's an AI component to it, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence isn't, folks, what you think it is. AI is the spirit, the heartbeat, the dark spirit in the midst of all the technology that fuses it all together. It's the spirit of Satan. I got some stuff for y'all today. Hold on. It's 2,300 people in here. I need about 300 more likes. Just give me 300 more. That's all I need if you haven't already. Read the administration's, read it.
Yes, sir. The administration's effort to compile data began under Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency initiative, which sought Americans' personal data from multiple agencies, including the IRS, the SSA, Selective Service, Medicare, and many others. In some cases, court orders hindered these efforts, but not in all of them. Thiel has multiple ties to Doge, both through Musk and through many of his former employees working for the effort or taking other jobs in the Trump administration. And this data collection effort could give Thiel, Musk, and Trump unprecedented power over Americans, with the president being better able to push or punish his critics and target immigrants.
This have nothing to do with immigrants. Zero to do with immigrants. That's just the play they're using under the Hegelian dialectic. See? Why do you think they allowed for 4 years the clown world we lived in? Why do you think they allowed 4 years of straight idiocracy? Grown men running around with lipsticks and wigs talking about they refuse to be called men and all this other stuff. Pushing up in bathrooms saying, I'm going to use a girl's bathroom. Why did they inundated us with all this crazy foolishness? So that the American people would have no choice but to choose the obvious candidate they wanted in place. You got to be a fool to want to vote for anything they will peddling. So by choice, They didn't give you a choice. It's to get rid of your babies at any time, have a straight dude, just straight body beating women in a boxing ring with a wig on claiming to be a woman, or Trump. Did they actually give the American people a choice? So now Trump is going to implement with Musk. These are priests at the height of the Babylonian religion and are exercising their priesthood through government to bring forth the mark of the beast. You heard it here. These are priests. Privacy advocates.
Yes, sir. Privacy advocates, student unions, and labor rights organizations are among those who have sued to stop Trump's data collection efforts. Palantir's involvement also gives a powerful tech company access to this data, and its CEO, Alex Karp, doesn't exactly have a benign agenda, hoping to cash in on the American techno-militarism. Musk, too, has plans for government data, using his AI, GOCC, to analyze it. Will anyone be able to stop Trump and these tech oligarchs?
So now, let's get into, because Elder Lawya, when I heard Palantir, I'm like, hold up. I remember seeing this in Lord of the Rings. I don't know if you ever seen Lord of the Rings, Elder, of Middle Earth and all that.
No,
the dwarves.
sir.
Palantir, Elder Lawya, was the orb that was utilized so that one can communicate to others who had the orb from a far distance. But through it, it was Satan, now that I'm looking back at it, it understood the profile of each person. And if it wanted to, it can urge or link in to your dark nature to control the darkness in you. Or pull out the alter ego, what you want to be, but really, it isn't you. It's your avatar. Right? Now I'm going to show y'all how they would use these. What is Palantir? Check it out. Fair use for educational purposes only and prophetic reasons.
Civil liberties advocates are sounding the alarm on President Trump's reported partnership with a data analytics firm called Palantir.
The most recent outrage appears to have stemmed from a New York Times article titled Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans.
The Times reports that since Trump took office, Palantir has scored more than $113 million in federal dollars, not including a recent $795 million unspent DoD contract. Per the Times, Palantir has also contracts with agencies like DHS and the Pentagon and is in talks with the IRS and Social Security Administration about buying their technology.
Government officials told the Times that Palantir product called Foundry would make it easier for the Trump administration to merge data from all these different agencies.
Someone said sound like CERN. Folks, they turned on CERN around 2012. CERN is at the heart of all of this. They would not be able to bring forth AI unless they released CERN, which opens up portals within the earth. AI is a spirit.
A former Palantir strategist, Brianna Martin, wrote on LinkedIn that she left over the...
But one thing about AI is nothing original about AI. I need y'all to listen to me and listen to me good. Just like Satan, there's nothing original about him, Lucifer. He can only copy what he witnessed in the heavenly realm. See? He said he would be like God and go to the sides of the north, which is space travel. Well, AI isn't that smart. But I know you're like, hold up, how AI can't be that smart? Because his intelligence come from who? Our profiles. By using the phone, by putting your profiles online, Instagram and all these, talk about everything you like, your family members, your pictures. All of that was going into a data collection source and was feeded into AI so that he could know your profile. So when you ask him something, he'll spit back what you would have brought forth in less time. He's using your energy, your profile. So they gave the technology to the people cheaply to develop what? A pattern and or profile on every individual. So AI knows you. So when you go to it, it will answer, it will give you some inside information, but if you're asking for something that you want to put together and all that, it'll put it together as if you did it because, yeah, your pattern of how you type, how you talk, all of that is fed from our computers, from our telephones and all that into a database linked directly to the beast. Now, is this inanimate object evil by itself? No, it's just an object. But we're going to teach you today how not to be subjected, brothers and sisters, to the dark spirit. I mentioned earlier, for those who missed it, Christ is building a wall and Satan is building a spiritual wall. And we have to be on either side of that wall. Hot or cold, down with Christ or Satan. Because if you're down with Satan, he's communicating with your avatar and or profile and is pulling out the darkness in you. And it's the same darkness the whole world is witnessing right now. You're wondering why people are crazy. It looks like people are saying stuff they wouldn't say. People are acting out abnormally. Well, they have connected, that's right, and are being coaxed through the dark palantir. They're being told to do what's dark because they're serving themselves. And folks, this have a lot to do with it. And what happens, even in the Lord of Rings, the guy they was controlling, I'm going to show you, had much power. But they couldn't use him to help take over, to protect the world until he was released from that spell. Until he was released from the palantir.
The company is expanding its work with ICE. She continued, quote, "For most of my time here, I found that the way Palantir grappled with the weight of our capabilities to be refreshing, transparent, and conscionable. But for me, this is a red line I won't redraw."
Many on the right are also concerned by past comments made by the CEO, Alice Karp, and the fact that Dr. Deborah Birx is on the board of the...
Man, he got too much. His S's are too pronounced. I can't listen. He got an extra S on everything he's saying. I can't do it. Come on, boy. Yeah, this brother, he need to get some testosterone going on. Just the S's ain't right.
The company, you remember her as one of the COVID advisors. Specifically, Karp told CNBC in 2024 one of his softwares helped stop the rise of the far right in Europe.
And he got that altar boy vibration. Let me get further into it. The history of the powers of the Palantiri.
The Palantiri, ancient relics of power that allowed their users to communicate with one another. Yet they had many other uses.
Now look, this was, brothers and sisters, in the Lord of the Rings. I'm going to put it on closed caption, being that this guy has a strong accent. What was Palantiri used in the Lord of the Rings?
The Palantiri, ancient relics of power that allowed their users to communicate with one another.
Powers that allowed their users to communicate with one another. Here it is.
Yet they had many other uses that depended on the power of their user. Hello friends, it's Carl here. And in today's episode, we'll be looking into the lore and history of the Palantiri. So the name Palantiri comes from Quenya, Palan meaning far and wide, and Tir meaning to what?
Palan meaning far and wide. Tir means to watch. Watchers. To be watched from afar.
Watch. They were created by the Noldor elves in Valinor, and it's possible that Feanor was their sole creator. In the Silmarillion, we're told the following about Feanor. And other crystals he made also, wherein things far away could be seen, small but clear, as with the eyes of the eagles of Manwë. In the index of the Unfinished Tales, we're told that Feanor was the maker of the Silmarils and of the Palantiri. And besides the entry for Palantiri, it said that they were made by Feanor in Aman. The last two pieces of evidence for Feanor being their creator are two quotes from Gandalf. In the first one, he states, "The Palantiri came from beyond Westerness, from Eldamar. The Noldor made them, Feanor himself maybe." And later on he states that he wished to use the Palantir to perceive the unimaginable hand and mind of Feanor at work. Now the total number of Palantiri that were created is uncertain, but we know of at least 8, 7 of them being present in Middle-earth, while the other was located on Tol Eressëa, an island off the coast of Valinor.
Now you notice they said that these were made in Middle-earth. Now we know what's in Middle-earth, right? What's in Middle-earth? Hell. Okay, hell. Hell. So they're going to release something from Middle-earth. That's where your CERN comes in at. And then you have your Palantir, which is your communicator, but it's also something else. It's a predictor of the future, according to them, understanding your patterns and or profile. See? So it'll know your past based on what you put in to predict what you're going to do. That's right, pre-crime.
They appeared to be made of solid glass and deep black in color, and their shape was that of a perfect sphere, and we're told that their size varied. The smallest ones were around a foot in diameter, while the larger ones, such as the Palantiri of Osgiliath and Amonsul, were so large that they couldn't be lifted by one man. Despite their fragile appearance, they were extremely resilient. In fact, we're told that they were indeed unbreakable by any violence then controlled by men, though some believed that great heat, such as that of Orodruin, might shatter them. So now I'm going to briefly discuss each individual Palantir, its location and history, before we discuss their properties. So the first Palantir that we're going to talk about is located on Tol Eressëa, an island off the coast of Valinor. This Palantir was said to be the Master Stone, and it was placed in the Tower of Avalone, most likely by the Noldor. We're told little about its history, though we know that it remained in its tower undisturbed. I believe that this Palantir could be used to view the other Palantiri in Middle-earth, but it seems that this connection was one way. As in the Unfinished Tales, we're told that Elendil would often use the Palantir of Amin Berad to gaze into the west, and that sometimes he would see the Tower of Avalone from afar. If the Palantiri of Middle-earth were connected to it, it seems odd that he wouldn't simply look through it rather than gaze across the sea towards it. Now, the other 7 Palantiri were all located in Middle-earth, and their histories overlap a bit. Therefore, I'll first discuss their common origin before going into their individual histories.
Bear with me. We're going to bring it together, but here's a little lull, but don't worry about it. Stick with me. It'll come together.
So these Palantiri were gifts to the men of Númenor from the elves of Valinor. According to the Silmarillion, these stones were gifts of the Eldar to Amandil, father of Elendil, for the comfort of the faithful of Númenor in their dark days, when the elves might come no longer to that land under the shadow of Sauron. During King Gar-Pharazôn's rule, Sauron was captured and taken hostage back to Númenor, where he convinced the king to launch an attack on Valinor to claim immortality. This led to the fall of Númenor, and the island sank beneath the waves. However, the faithful of Númenor were still loyal to the Valar, and they were now led by Amandil's son, Elendil. They prepared ships to leave Númenor before its fall, and the 7 Palantiri were split up between Elendil and his sons. He carried 3 of them on his ship, while his sons Isildur and Anarion carried 2 each. When they reached the shores of Middle-earth, they established the northern kingdom of Arnor and the southern kingdom of Gondor, and the Palantiri were dispersed throughout their lands. Elendil's first Palantir was placed in Amin Berad, also known as the Tower Hills. This area was located to the east of the Grey Havens. Elendil could at times see the island of Tol Eressëa in the vanished west.
Now, he could look through this, and if there was another someplace else, he can see what they see. Like if I was to call you through FaceTime. See that? If you were to call me through Skype or FaceTime, I would see exactly your whole surroundings being far away.
After Sauron's defeat, this Palantir was taken and put aboard Elrond's ship when he sailed to the Undying Lands. Elendil's other Palantiri were placed in...
Now that's on a small level when it comes to the cell phone. That's just a small level they showing through Palantir, but it's way deeper than that. Brothers and sisters, let me show you something. Let me show y'all here. Let me show y'all here. Right here. Now, when I seen Palantir, this is what it reminded me of when I was looking at the Lord of the Rings years ago. Satan.
The power of Isengard is at your command, Sauron, Lord of the Earth. Ask, Lawya, build me an army worthy of Mordor.
The all-seeing eye of Lucifer is controlling the darkness in him and told him to build him an army. Let me go back. Let me go back again. That's Palantir.
The power of Isengard is at your command.
Look at that. The all-seeing eye of Lucifer through a communicator, connecting with the darkness in him, directing him.
Build me an army worthy of Mordor.
Now, just imagine, folks, if your Palantir is no longer through the GPS of your phone. Just imagine if they can get it in you to be directed through your conscience. When now, Satan is connected to you everywhere. See? But they had to have everyone put their data out first and get used to the technology, and then make it where you won't be able to buy or sell unless you have it. But once it's injected in you, guess what? It won't be this. It'll be up in here. Hope I'm breaking it down so y'all can understand it, because they're telling you what Trump is rolling out through your predictive programming. The most evil company in the world, Palantir. And unless you went back and remembered Lord of the Rings, no one would understand that it's a communicator. In plain sight, they're telling you how they're going to get all people incorporated into one mind, like we were back then, the ancients, at the Tower of Babel. The hive mind, where what? You're caught up in a trance, being controlled. But those in Christ aren't going to be like that, see? You notice how when COVID came out, everybody was in one mind who was for it, stomping for it. They thought it was life or death. But no sooner as the president said the pandemic was over, everybody went to normal. Y'all remember that? It's like people was woken up. You were awakened out of your hypnosis. Everybody was stomping for it. Oh my God, going crazy for it. But no sooner the president said, boom, the pandemic is over. Y'all can go back to stores. Everybody left their trance and went back to their normal lives. Remember that? Well, if that was the case, this was you right here. See? All up in a trance. Controlled by what you see. And then you go amongst the people as if what? As if the ideas you're bringing are your ideas.
The power of Isengard is at your command. Sauron, Lord of the Earth.
There they go. And he's like, yeah, give me the booster too.
Build me an army worthy of Mordor.
There you go, shut up in your house with your curtains drawn, locking yourself in your house, ain't nothing outside.
What orders from Mordor, my lord?
And they go to the rest of the zombies running around with him.
What does the Eye command?
We have work to do.
There it is. Tell everybody to go out there and get it together and boost it up. See how it works? They was telling people in the movies the whole time, right?
In March, President Trump signed an order pushing federal agencies to share vast amounts of personal data, sparking fears of a massive centralized surveillance database. And while he stayed mostly quiet on the subject publicly, his team has been quietly laying the groundwork, partnering heavily with Palantir, a data company with deep ties to government intelligence and law enforcement. At first, I was drawn into looking into Palantir because of their name, because it's from Lord of the Rings. But the more I dug, the more unsettled I became. Palantir has been behind some of the scariest government moves in history. Since Trump took office, Palantir has secured over $113 million in federal contracts, as well as a staggering $795 million deal with the Pentagon. They're also in talks to bring their technology into the Social Security Administration and the IRS. So what exactly is Palantir? How did a company named after Tolkien's mystical seeing stones become central to a plan that could reshape American privacy and civil liberties? And most importantly, why? And why should you care? Let's go down the Palantir rabbit hole. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe. I'm Evie.
No,
and we do five
we
things
ain't all
we need
that.
to look at the origins of Palantir, a company founded in the early 2000s by right-wing billionaire and ham sandwich come to life, Peter
Two demons, synagogue of Satan.
Thiel. He was joined by venture capitalists and entrepreneurs,
Fair
Joe
use.
Lonsdale, Stephen Cohen, and Alex Karp, who currently serves as the company's CEO.
And we had to find out what's going on with that Epstein list. How many of these cats on it?
Peter chose the name Palantir after the crystal balls used in Lord of the Rings. You know when Gandalf shows up to have a chat with his bro Saruman and he's like, oh yeah, hey Gandalf.
No, let's get straight
I've been
to it.
talking to Sauron with these orbs. And Gandalf's like, what the hell?
No, let's
Isn't
get
that
to the
into
good
clear
part.
visuals like maps, histograms, and link charts, and turning raw data into tools of power. The company essentially turns swamps of data into clear visuals like maps, histograms, and link charts. In just days, its forward-deployed engineers can integrate and analyze a customer's data, tackling issues from terrorism to disaster response and human trafficking. Palantir has become a top choice for analyzing massive data sets in intelligence and law enforcement. They offer sleek software and on-site coders who tailor solutions to each client. And the more data that you give them, the more they can tell you. And
The more data you give them, the more they'll tell you. Well, guess who volunteered their data online through Instagram and all that, every place they go and their locations and what people they're seeing and what you like and all that?
whether you knew it or not, Palantir's technology has quietly played a pivotal role in shaping some of the most significant global events since its inception. In the 2000s, US Marines used their technology for forensic analysis of roadside bombs in Afghanistan. In 2011, the hacker collective Anonymous exposed Palantir employees for their involvement in a proposed disinformation campaign aimed at discrediting WikiLeaks and tarnishing its supporters' reputations. Their technology allowed the
Well, you notice she haven't mentioned the DARPA yet, right?
IDF to use AI in its war effort. At least one Palantir employee played a role in assisting its supporters' reputations. Their technology allowed the IDF to use AI in its war effort. At least one Palantir employee played a role in assisting Cambridge Analytica in collecting Facebook data later utilized by the Trump campaign during the 2016 election. Palantir technology was even used to track and kill Osama bin Laden, although the company remains a bit tight-lipped on that one.
Okay, to track and kill people. I don't know about Osama bin Laden, but I told y'all that they're going to switch it from Arabs and Muslims to those of the awakening, right? Stick with me.
The book The Finish, author Mark Bowden writes that Palantir's software actually deserves the popular designation.
Because I don't, guess what, folks? I don't know if y'all seeing, I don't know if, Elder Lawyer, if they're checking out the bait and switch. Do you notice all of a sudden, the public enemy number one, even though they're using, I think, actors and all that in certain areas, who knows, allegedly. Do you notice it always drills down at the end of it that it's the lost tribes of Israel as the enemy between the crosshairs?
Right.
You know how many Ukrainians are here illegally? No one is talking about any of the white people who have come here and have got citizenship and all that illegally and otherwise. And at the end of it, it's the lost tribes of Israel all of a sudden are the enemy. between the crosshairs through this. I need y'all to check it out. And I told y'all, it starts with Osama bin Laden, but now they talking about Issachar. They talking about people from Venezuela. Y'all notice that? At the end of the day, the bait and switch is one thing, Osama bin Laden, but now let's go after God's people. Hope y'all can see that.
Designation killer app. But CEO Alex Karp doesn't seem like a killer. Unlike most Silicon Valley leaders, Karp supported President Biden with a hefty donation, and he supported Kamala Harris over Trump in 2024. He's known to be an odd guy who prefers solitude, and he's been described as unable to hide his ADHD. Relatable. People also describe him as charming and unique. Also relatable. He rocks the old school classic Silicon Valley look, jeans and a t-shirt. In a New York Times piece that combined multiple interviews with him, he said that without Palantir,
he's bringing forth Satan's program. What you see before you is when I say the synagogue of Satan, these, okay?
you would have had massive terror
Revelations
attacks
2,
in
9
Europe
and 3,
already,
9.
like October 7 style. And those attacks, he believed, would have propelled the far right to power. So how has he ended up working so heavily with the Trump administration then? He claims he's progressive, that he doesn't want the far right in power. And yet here he is, at the center of a storm created by his own company's ties to some of the most dangerous and powerful governments on earth. Part of the answer lies in his ideology. He is deeply committed to a vision of Western dominance, one where technology secures America's place as a global leader. Palantir does not do business with China, Russia, or any countries that are opposed to the West. Alex says, "We have a consistently pro-Western view that the West has a superior way of living and organizing itself, especially if we live up to our aspirations." It's interesting how radical that is, considering it's not, in my view, that radical. He added, "I'm not going to apologize for defending the US government on the border, defending the special..."
This got a lot of the fluff pieces in it. But what I want to show y'all in here, right? Palantir. Let me get it here. One thing I wanted to show. And right now, their stock is through the roof right now. Everybody's investing in this because why? It's the next stage towards the mark of the beast. Now check this out. Palantir. Palantir, a technology company, has been involved in developing and deploying predictive policing programs, which use algorithms to predict where and when crimes are likely to occur. Well, guess what? Palantir been rolled out for what you're seeing over there, these so-called riots, if you want to call that, in California. These programs often utilizing data on past crime locations, times, and dates, aim to help law enforcement allocate resources and target interventions, predictive programming, profiling before you actually commit a crime. Well, this AI tells the police you are about to commit a crime and to get in front of you before it happens. Minority Report. Here's the technology for it. However, they have also faced criticism for potential biases and concerns about fairness. Okay? Now, also, there's a terrorist component to where once it links in with AI on the outside of the country, it automatically isolates the threat, deploy the drones, and take out enemy combatants without one person being involved. Now, I need y'all to think about that for a second. It's a program. They're not talking about this part outside the fluff. It gets a profile of an enemy, right? The enemy have been deemed a red target or a threat. It automatically, without checking anyone, deploys a drone to take out the enemy combatant. And or, if they can't take it out, at least isolate the location so that the army can come in. That's why they showed bin Laden. Huh? I told people years ago, what they're deploying over the United States, over the Middle East, will be deployed in the United States. And at the end, they'll be coming after God's people. Here we are. And it's all connected to AI. It's all connected to AI. Artificial intelligence. Listen to this. Deus Ex Machina, a former Google engineer, is developing, he quoted, former Google engineer is developing an AI God. Way of the Future, a religious group founded by Anthony Lewandowski, wants to create a deity based on artificial intelligence for the betterment of society. Right? Link to the internet. I told y'all this is the worship of the gods. AI is at the hub of all future technology. It's a brain, it's a spirit connected to the beast. It's a God. Don't wait for a man to pop up as the Antichrist. The Antichrist is Satan. And now through technology, Satan is now connected to the majority of the people in the earth. Eventually, what they're going to do is, at the end game, is to scare everyone into getting an implant, or you don't have access to your money. And that's when AI, or the spirit of Satan, will have full control of your body. Former Google and Uber engineer is developing an AI God. And I'm going to tell y'all, folks, this AI thing is deep. And it's in conjunction with Uber. Where's this going? Well, there was not too many people pushing back outside of cab drivers when they came up with Uber. Well, Uber eventually will be 100% autonomous. A car without a physical driver. They had us buy in because it was extra money. But soon, AI is going to take that job too. AI is going to take that job too. Right? Now, AI. And you notice it's showing AI as what? It's showing AI as an invisible God that's connected to the people. Because that's what it is. It's connected with the people. I'm going to show you where the Palantir comes in at, and it connects to the darkness in people, what it promotes. It promotes it promotes the spirit of Antichrist. Which is what? It pulls out the sin in an individual. And that becomes that person's, that's right, folks, avatar before the world. I'm going to tell you, like you seen that planetary linked to the person controlling him. You see why how when people deal with that phone and they deal with Instagram and all of that, they separate themselves from their family and all these others, and they connect to another source and become something else, where all they care about is the image that was created online. 100% separated from reality. Connected to the beast. It connects to the dark nature in people. Now, the image, and guess what? The people, the sinners in this earth, all have a place with this image. I want to go here, Elder Lawya. Let's get Perilous Times real quick.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to link it in real quick. 2 Timothy's, the 3rd chapter. 2 Timothy's 3. 1 second, let me pull it up here. 2 Timothy's 3. And let's now read the first verse all the way down to the 9th verse to show you the spirit Satan links to. Okay? You're only protected if you are behind Christ's wall. You're only protected if you're hedged by Christ. Everyone else is open game. And they become what? Listen to this. 3:1, read it.
2 Timothy 3:1. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves.
So this is the spirit Satan promotes within the dark nature of people. They become what? Lovers of their own selves. How do you see people kissing and puckering up next to the phone? I'm looking online and I'm seeing somebody talking out of her mind. This white woman I'm looking, and she's sitting there patting her face with makeup the whole time and putting red stuff on her face, and she's having a conversation as if you're in the room with her. Totally separated from reality. Lovers of their own selves. This is someone what? Who been staring into the planetary. Okay? You've been staring into the planetary, into the dark matter. Separated from reality. What? Covetous. Covetous. That means insatiable. What you have isn't enough, and the more you look, the more you want. No one can satisfy you because you get everything, but then you look online and there's something else you need to buy. Read.
Boasters.
Boasters. Read.
Proud. Blasphemers. Disobedient to parents. Unthankful. Unholy.
Sound like what people been talking about, this narcissist thing for the longest. Well, if this doesn't embody the spirit of narcissism, I don't know what does. Satan is the narcissist. Disobedient to parents, get online and put out all your business, even talk ill about your own family, staring into the dark matter, being controlled by the beast. Read it.
Unthankful.
Unthankful.
Unholy.
Unholy.
Without natural affection. Truce breakers. false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away.
And the disciples was warning us, from such turn away. So now the Bible is giving us what? The insight on the behaviors Satan would link into and pull out of people. That's why it says that in the last days, that perilous times shall come, which means all of these behaviors would be heightened. See? This is how Satan is actually recruiting those into his satanic army that will fight against Christ once you have the mark of the beast. So now some people might ask, well, how will so many people go along with this, knowing, even Christians? Well, check this out. What happens if the majority, if the whole system, the whole labor system in the earth changes, which makes what? People expendable. Where in order for you to survive, you must comply now that all your jobs have been taken by AI. Now already, if you became all of these things, you've been separated from the Spirit of the Almighty, and now you're vulnerable out there by yourselves because this behavior has now left you alone with no help at the very end, in the very end times. So if you are any of these spirits, Satan have used this to isolate individuals because no one in their right mind is going to deal with people like this. So by doing this, people are divorced, separated. Their family don't want to be around them no more. Their children can't be around them. Their parents can't be around them. Satan have successfully separated families where everyone has an issue and everyone have become an individual. Right? I need y'all to think about this. So these characters that were created, these avatars that separate us from family, and by being isolated has connected the individuals to the beast. Where the only friends, the only company, the only life they have is what they created alone online. Stick with me here. And this is why when Christ says he's going to build that wall, Elder Lawya, real quick, let's go to Revelations 21 real quick.
Yes, sir.
Because another wall is getting built. Let's go to Revelation. Right? And we're going down to 27. Let's read that. I mean, not 27, 21. And let's go down to, hold up, 21. And let's go down to 20. I want you to go right down here where it says the 27th verse. Read that for me.
Yes, sir. Verse 27. And there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination, either maketh a lie, but they which are written in the book's Lamb of life.
So
the Lamb's book of life.
So who's going to make it into the temple that's coming into earth? It talks about the construct of the 144 cubits. that's coming into the earth. But it says, and there shall no wise enter into anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination. So who's not getting in? Elder Lawyer, let's go to the 8th verse and tell me this doesn't embody the personalities or the behaviors we see currently online. Now that Satan has strategically separated people from the Most High and or family. Let's read the 8th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 8.
Let's start at 7.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son.
Read.
But the fearful, and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
Folks, Christ is identifying the nature and behavior of those who have linked to the dark spirit, who are being moved in what? They're being moved in the spirit of wickedness and have actually taken it on as their own profile. This, I'm going to tell you, through this technology, AI and all that, AI is just the last foot to drop. But slowly but surely, it was like that wizard staring into the Palatar, where it became our whole life. I'm talking about people that are online, Instagram and all that. And folks, they're so engulfed, they haven't even looked back to realize how much they lost operating in a different image, an avatar themselves. Families totally dismantled, divorced, totally separated. Nothing is going on until they get online, and they have become one of these. Fearful. Anything the government put out there, these people will be scared, afraid, and moved into whatever solution the government has for them, because they have no what? They have no faith. They have no true belief in God. So automatically, if something happens, they'll become fearful and look to government for protection, for guidance. Unbelieving. Well, if you're unbelieving, you have no spiritual foundation, right? Abominable, who will not get in. Man, I need y'all to understand how disgusting, crass, no class the people have become in the earth. No respect. And will show it before the world and dare you to say anything. Whoremongering, harlotry, and will promote it to other people. Elder Lawyer, I seen this online the other day. I'm like, this is absolutely insane. This is absolutely, I'm going to show you how crazy this thing has become. Let me pull this up. 1 second. Absolutely insane. Hold on, I'm waiting for the post to come up. I don't know if any. Hold on. Let me get this. For some reason, this post is taking. Bear with me, folks. I'm still waiting. I don't even know if there must be a reason it's not popping up here. I know why. 1 second. I know exactly why. Here it is right here. Let me pull it up on Safari. I think I have a VPN on that one. 1 second. Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna tell you, it's staring into the planetar. Elder, utterly insane. Let me pull it up through Safari here. I have it here. And somebody's gonna have to give me some understanding. Right there. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
A woman in a Spider-Man onesie took a picture. This is what she wore at her son's birthday party.
Wow.
This is what she wore. Now imagine what this boy gonna have to go through. And I'm showing you an example of how you get so engulfed into your profile that it separates people from reality. It's insane. This boy gonna grow up and suffer. And this is why there's a lot of kids getting traumatized, going into LGBTQ. And look, I just need you to focus on her face. Right? Hold on. Not the body, just the face. Right here. This is the stuff. Look, she's in a trance. In a trance. And look at that boy. And look, she's in a trance. That's what we up against. And that's why the Bible says, it tells us in the Bible about that darkness. What leads to it. And I'm going to tell you, it's linked directly to leading to the mark of the beast. What choice are they going to make when there's no access to any finances to live out their image? Trance. Now check this out. So how are they going to get it with all of these people who've been separated in a trance? How are they going to get these people? There they go. How are they going to get these people to take the mark of the beast? Let me show y'all something here. It's totally out of hand at this point. Let me show y'all this here. Right here. We showed an example of this earlier. Of Sauron from the Lord of the Rings. They got people caught up and separated. Staring into the dark matter. That links directly to AI. Now, check this out, Elder. I may have to send this to you also before we open up the lines.
Yes, sir.
Right here. A matter of fact, I can read this. It's fine.
All right.
Now, a matter of fact, I'm going to send it to you because you can help me with it. Hold on 1 second. Right there. It'll make it easier for us to look at it together. What are we looking at? What is going to make it where the people who've been separated with no protection will have no option at the end of it after living in a fantasy world? They'll have no option left but to take the mark of the beast. Why? Because once they wake up out of their trance, it's going to be too late. They're going to realize that they lost so much time. There's no family around and all these others. And they're going to have to do whatever they need to do to survive. Either they're going to choose to survive under the beast system, or they'll choose to die. And that's for those that are not under Christ's hedge. And I use that as an example. And why did I use that as an example? That's how far this thing has come. Okay? To where it's insane at this point. There's no, what do it say in the book of Peter's? No natural affection. Like what people would naturally do has gone out the window. There is no line that people will not cross now. Right? So what's going to push people into the mark of the beast? I'm talking about those with no faith. These are the 48 jobs AI will replace or impact across industries between 2025 and 2030. Right? I'm going to read all this, but listen to her real quick. Fair use.
Last week, online furniture retailer Wayfair announced it would increase its use of generative artificial intelligence and cut 340 tech jobs. And it reflects a troubling increase in businesses and companies opting to cut back human tasks in favor of technology. In its 2025 Future of Jobs report, the World Economic Forum surveyed more than 1,000 employers worldwide across 22 different industries. And it found that 73% of companies are planning to accelerate their use of automation this year, while 41% of companies foresee staff reductions due to skills becoming obsolete. Mark Muro joins us now. He's a senior fellow and policy director at the Metropolitan Policy Program at the Brookings Institution. Thanks for being with us on this. I mean, Brookings also has data to go along with that report. What did you learn about really the amount of workers who could see their jobs impacted by AI?
Yeah, absolutely. We have more data for people to consider. Overall, our recent forecast based on data from OpenAI is sobering, but I would say not necessarily dystopian. We find that about 30% of the workforce could see at least half of their work tasks impacted. That doesn't mean necessarily automated fully, but that's a significant impact. More broadly, almost every part of the economy will see some kind of impact. 85% of all workers could see at least 10% of their tasks impacted, which means that a lot of work could shift. A lot of people are going to see differences in what their office life is like. And these reflect models that are more than a year old. We have, new capable assistants beginning to roll out. So exposure, as we call it, will likely rise. Hold on to your chair.
Hold on to your chair. I'm holding. What type of jobs are most at risk?
Well, it's hard to really pin down the whole variety, but we're talking about especially what are called cognitive jobs. I, for shorthand, call it the office economy. This isn't somebody else's problem. This is
he talking with a little lisp happening, but the office economy. Now, mind you, folks, the Satanists have already replaced all the manual jobs with those outside of the country who's willing to work for nothing. Okay? Office jobs, gone. That's why they wanted people to be at home and get adjusted to working at home, so no one is not flipping over tables and all that stuff at the office. You don't have to be sent home. You're home already. All office jobs, gone. Retail jobs, selling stuff at stores, gone. Amazon is the monster that ate it all. You get it from Amazon.
The problem or challenge for everybody in a office environment in America. We're talking about IT programming, office and administrative jobs, HR, all those internal business services within your workplace, business and financial operations, sales and marketing. These are huge, important parts of the middle-class economy in America. So again, this isn't somebody else's problem. It's a lot of people in regions and cities are going to be thinking about this and work and feeling the impacts in the next years.
Does geography play a role?
100%. The thing is, when you look at the location of jobs, you can also map them into places, and you really do see a very different picture. This is a different economy than the automation story that we picked up in the last 20 years in the heartland. Small town America was really hit hard by...
And let me put this out there before I let this go real quick. Brothers and sisters, keep in mind while they had to deal with the few years ago, culling the cattle, they called it. Knowing that when they would come out of the pandemic, it's a reset for a new economy that leads to the mark of the beast that will not require the same amount of people to work jobs. See? So they had to go through something that would get rid of a lot of people who would get disgruntled realizing there's no future for them in the new reset. Now listen to this.
Automation of factories, for instance. Very different world here now. These jobs, these office jobs, are where offices are. Not surprisingly, big cities, medium-sized cities. Those are the places that are going to be affected.
I got to be quick with you because we are out of time, but what do you think are some of the biggest takeaways that you hope people will think about from your work and your interview?
Well, I think this is a huge question mark. I think anybody who says they know exactly how this is going to play out.
Oh, we know exactly how it's going to play out. We're going to tell you in a minute. But Elder Lawya, I need you to go directly to the 48 jobs AI will replace. And we're going to read each one down from 1 to 48. Now let's make it clear. Elder Lawya, like I said, when they told everybody to go into the house and because the boogeyman was outside and was going to make them sick, I was looking at them like they were crazy and told them to turn off their TV. That ain't nothing outside. How did I know nothing outside? Because again, I was out there in the car checking out, how ridiculous and how sad these people have become, locking themselves up in their houses. Okay? Now, So, you know me, I'm moseying around. I'm seeing construction still getting done. I'm seeing that there were a lot of trucks behind schools, as if they were building something, putting something in the schools. So I'm like, yeah, it seemed like COVID don't want to mess with construction workers who's still building, don't want to mess with people who's actually putting cameras on the lights and all that, right? There's new purple lights I seen out there that they had at night. It seems like COVID didn't want to, mess with those who are setting up the new infrastructure. So I'm like, let me mosey in here to the bank and see what's going on with them real quick. I go to a bank, right? There's a sister, I guess she was a Caribbean sister. I think she probably from Haiti or she's probably from Jamaica. It was her and this old Jewish woman that I used to see at the bank. They're in the bank, Lawya, packing up all the stuff in the bank, right? And putting them in like these cardboard boxes. And I'm being nosy. I'm like, hold up now, what's going on here? Y'all shutting down? And the sisters say, well, no, we're not shutting down right now. We're just doing some house cleaning. And I'm talking about in the first week when people were afraid to go out, they were doing something different in these banks, packing away paperwork and all of that. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, I see what this is. This is a world corporate reset. And now that it go back to them same banks, the sister not there no more. The Jewish woman is still there, but there's nothing but East Indians and Eastern Europeans running that same bank now. But guess what? Let's see if they'll have a job. Okay, AI will replace these particular jobs. Let's go down the list if you can. 1 to 48, Elder.
Yes, sir. Number 1, advertising media buyers, assembly line workers, bank tellers, bike messengers, bookkeepers and accountants, cashiers, compliance officers, contract lawyers, customer service representatives, data entry clerks, delivery couriers, discovery preparers, document drafters, entry-level programmers, financial analysts, forklift operators, inventory clerks, lab technicians, legal clerks, loan officers, market research analysts, medical image analysts, medical secretaries, online course facilitators, packers, paralegals, pathologists, postal workers, proofreaders, public transit operators, quality inspectors, radiologists, receptionists, register office clerks, researchers, social media content moderators, stock traders, taxi drivers, teaching assistants, telemarketers, train operators, transcriptionists, translators, truck drivers, tutors, underwriters, warehouse and logistic workers, X-ray technicians.
Look, folks, I need y'all to see this. These are all the jobs they know. This ain't possibly. So you seen the guy playing dumb, claiming that, well, nobody truly knows. Here are all the jobs that will be replaced by AI. Every last one of them. And you know what? In a lot of these jobs, AI will be more efficient and will do the job in a timely fashion without excuses. Hence the reason why those who are running corporate scenarios will lean more so towards that. Not one sick day. It's 100% correct information when the data is actually put in. More efficient and don't have to pay people. Bookkeepers and accountants will be obsolete. And that's why they started doing what? online having where if you had QuickBooks to be able to put your data and your receipts in, and at the end of it, it actually spits out exactly what you'll get in taxes and file the taxes for you. Cashiers, contract lawyers, whatever contract you want, you can go online and you can do this now. AI can draft anything you would like when it comes to your business or whatever the case is when it comes to law papers being drawn up, and it'll be right on the dime. Data entry, delivery couriers, customer service reps, forklift operators, which means it will be robots, autonomous. Medical image analysts. I'm talking about some top paying jobs. Postal workers. Radiologist. Receptionist. You know how many people are receptionists? Office administrators. Taxi drivers. All of this is going to what? Autonomous. Truck drivers. So what work will be left? You know what work will be left? The essential work. You're going to need a trade to survive. No more going to somebody and saying, are you hiring? Those days will be done. Only manual labor that they're going to prefer the immigrants to have, because immigrants are going to work for pennies and smile while receiving it. And so, Elder Lawyer, here we go. So what type of solutions they have for the people who are not going to be able to bear the reset, knowing that there's no opportunity for financial upward mobility in the new economy. Okay, Trump, he hit the ground running and implementing the new economy that leads to the mark of the beast. That's his position. Well, here's the solution. For many people who would realize that there's no future for them in this world. And these are they who are without faith. The majority of people are going to break down, take the mark of the beast, and be on whatever social program it is to survive and comply to government by taking the mark of the beast. The majority of the people are going to do that. But what about the people when they realize that the world before the pandemic is never coming back? Here it is. Compassion and choices. States where medical aid in dying is authorized. If you need an end of life option. Medical aid in dying is currently authorized in 11 states and Washington, D.C. Here's the states right now. It tell you right now. It's already in law. Where the doctors will convince people who are depressed, who see no reason for living and all that. Folks, if they was able to kill off all these children under the guise of a woman's choice, you think they're going to have any problem when somebody go into the doctor's office and say, you know what, I don't think I can do it anymore. And people are going to be offing themselves. Okay? And guess what? They just introduced the same bill to be approved soon in Pennsylvania, California, Hawaii, New Jersey, Vermont, Colorado, Maine, New Mexico, Washington, D.C., Delaware, Montana, Oregon, Washington. These are places already, if someone wants to say, you know what, it's time to check out. I don't think I can deal with the world I'm living in right now. There's no possibility for me to have a life here. They'll have assistance. Soylent Green, if anyone's seen that movie. And you know what? This is the choice that's going to be for those without faith. You're going to have people with the mark of the beast seeking to check out because they have no faith. But those who are in Christ and or baptized and is living a clean life according to the laws of God will be guided through. Because you know why? You're not going to be alone. They have separated families. But Christ has made a body. See? Where those of like mind would cleave together at the very end to be protected. The 144,000 on Christ's side of the wall. And the rest of the world, well, they're going to get the world they chose. By the God they chose. They will receive the world they chose by the God they chose. Satan. AI is at the heart. Satan is at the heart of AI. He's going to pull everything back and say, only if you follow me will you get anything left that resembles the life you once had. But still, it's you on your knees. Like a dog begging from the master's hand. And that's another definition for the mark. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to look at people, they're going to be like, degrees, huh? We sold you a piece of paper, okay? Nix that paper. You're in debt. We sold you a dream. We knew that your degrees weren't going to amount to anything on the end of this. They knew, folks, when they was telling everybody to apply, get all these loans, go to college, folks, they knew that there would be a global reset where none of those degrees would apply to the new economy they were planning. They knew it. But what they wanted you was to be in debt. So that now you can work off your debt. They'd be like, well, hold up. There's no job at the end of it. That's not my problem. You paid to go to school, you paid to have fun, and you paid to have a title. We gave you a title. Now, doctor, master, whatever you are, pay your bill. Pay your bill. Christ forgive your debts. That's what they're going to tell you. We don't. So only those under Christ and the Almighty, and we must get under him while there's time. Because the only way to navigate through this is what? Through the Holy Spirit. Now, yeah, it's tough, but we went through this before. 70 AD was the test run for what they are doing globally. And those who listened to Christ were able to navigate. When you're persecuted in one city, flee in the next city. Well, you cannot have that if there's no network. A network of trusting people who you can depend on to help save your life. Because the majority of people that we once cared for, a lot of them didn't make it through what just happened. Families are totally separated. And the others, the strangers who could care less about our people, are here. So it's time to swallow our pride and deal with the reality of the world we're living in preparation for what's about to happen. Repent, come to Christ, and be a part of the awakening. Okay? Anything you'd like to say, Elder Lawya, before we open up the lines here?
No, sir. Let's go straight to the lines.
Okay, my brother. Okay, let me go through these. All right, let me go back here. All right, let me open the lines here. View. Let me call. 307 wants to comment. I'm going to bring you in. Okay. We got 239. Shalom, 239. How are you? Shalom.
Hello.
Blessings. 239 area code. Talk to me. All right, if you don't say anything, 239, I'm going to the next call.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can you please make sure that the live broadcast is muted, please?
Yeah, I kind of want to say something. I watch you guys all the time. So you're doing a lot of good work. And you're educating our people a lot. There's a lot of things that we go through. There's a lot of things that you say are factual as far as like the medical system, we needing to get together and being prepared for what's going to happen. As far as like what's going on right now, I don't know.
I'm saying, do you have something you would like to say, or you was thinking about a question, comment? What is it?
No, I was just actually checking if this was actually real. Like, you can call in and speak to you. So it is. So when I write things down and get my thoughts together.
Okay, let me ask you, how old are you? You just relax. It's all right. How old are you?
I'm 41 years old.
Okay, how long you been following the church?
Actually, I've been following you guys for quite some time. I would say at least 11, 12 years.
Okay, have you connected with the body, a church?
No.
Okay. Well, hopefully, at least, hey, the door's still open. We're still here, right? So, we
absolutely.
There's time.
There's just such more information that, like, you know, it's on my heart to tell, but I can't tell it right now. Like, I would have to wait and work. Try again another time.
If it's on your heart to tell, the opportunity is now, isn't it? Tomorrow isn't promised anymore.
I think this was just a test to see if I can get through, if it's actually something like that I can speak to. I'm like listening to myself and it's like, oh wow, this is real. Like, you could call. But I would like to write down everything and gather my thoughts so next time I call, and if I get through, that I can be precise.
Okay.
And what needs to be said, because there's just so much just about in general about our community that we need to fix, as far as like not having, and just watching like all of you guys. There's Levi, there's
sister, right now your phone is giving a lot of noise. Do you really believe that our community can be fixed?
Do I really believe our community can be fixed? It would take, I I try to fix my community, so I'm out here doing resumes. I'm out here.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about individual efforts. I'm going to tell you right now, we're working on
I think it takes individuals.
Okay.
That, you start on the individual
I'm saying,
level.
but listen to what I'm saying.
Like, you're an individual. You're making an impact. You're making a very strong impact.
Definitely. Listen, there is hope. But sister, what we're doing is to link in those of like mind, knowing that there will be no community. Listen to what I'm telling you. Right now, we got a school we're working on that's going to be free for those who are in the church and all of that. So it's not like we're giving up, but the reality is we have to understand the reality of what's going on. Our people, a lot, Gentile people too, they've given up. We have more people that's working on the dark side than you and I who's seeking to try to save something. And we're doing the best we can. We're doing a great job, but the communities are what they are now, and they're bringing in more reinforcements. And a lot of our people refuse to repent. It's going to be tough.
I don't think they know how to repent. I don't think they know how to pray. You know what? It's good that you said that, because talking about knowing how to pray. What gets me out of my situation, I actually suffered for cancer for 4 years.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And I just got in remission. I had to fight those doctors to get me. And if you can tell with my vernacular, I'm very educated. I have a master's degree. I am one of those people that you were just talking about with a paper and no job. And I speak 5 languages.
Okay, hold up. Let's talk about that for a minute. You have a master's in what, sister?
Information systems management, 2 bachelors, 1 in accounting, 1 in business management. And I speak 4 languages.
You speak 4 languages, very articulate, educated. And you know what? Let me say this. You should.
And I can also speak in French. So
okay, sister. Okay, sister, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm trying to get in the word here. All right. So, I believe you should feel. You should feel good about the accomplishments you made, because it takes a lot of work to get the accolades you've received. So I don't want anybody to believe that I talk down on education. But I want to say,
one of the things is we have to be aware of what we're against.
Sister, listen to what I'm saying though. Let me get out what I'm saying. I'll be quiet and let you get out what you said, because people are listening. And if we both are talking, it's not going to edify. I don't want people to believe that I'm not down with education. But when we prioritize education over our priority with God and family, and our roles as men and or women, that's when the education becomes a problem.
Can I say something? Can I interject?
I'm saying,
okay.
Can you repeat back what I just said?
Okay, so I would not have my education, sister, or what I have gone through without God.
Sister, all right. Never mind, sister, because I don't think you're listening. You're listening.
I am listening to you.
No.
I never put my education or anything above my God. Like
okay, but I'm edifying, sister. You notice that when you say something, I say nothing at all. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and say something, because I want to say something so that we both can edify for the people that's listening. It's hard if I'm saying something in midstream through me talking, you even though you may have a good point, they'll never hear it. Right?
I concur.
Okay. So what I'm stating here is that the education is a good thing if you prioritize it. Right? Like, for instance, let's go into the male-female dynamic, if we can, for a second. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
When you look at the 60s and the 70s, when the men had PhDs and was leading the community, their accolades and achievements transferred in benefit to benefit the community. You notice that? Like
I wasn't born in that time, so I can't speak on that.
Okay,
fact,
so that's that.
I am gonna
listen. So that's why you have to lean on what I'm saying here. I'm telling you, Martin Luther King had a master's. His master's transferred to what? A benefit for the community. You understand that? So when we had the majority of men in academia, then it transferred to the benefit we seen that educated transferred to something that benefited the whole.
Can I say something, please? Because when you discuss the men in your community, my dad was a doctor, and
yeah.
Listen.
Congratulations.
I'm gonna say something, and it's kind of scary, and I'm a little nervous to say it, but what men's challenges are in this community are far more like dynamic than what's perceived. My dad was killed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
My grandfather was killed. So they take out and they suppress the intelligence. So the smarter you are, the more you will have to. Okay, so there's something called the Peter principle, where they raise up the lowest of the intelligence to suppress the ones who aren't. So they keep the higher intelligence you are, the more the system will put situations on you and make it difficult for you to progress. Because if you are able to achieve, then you're able to achieve, then you're going to rise up more individuals. This is why you see basketball players, football players, people with low aptitudes are making the most money in our community.
And you know what, sister? That's a great point. I really appreciate it. Though that point have to be examined too.
So when you say, oh, well, when black men they won't let you. They won't allow you to. They won't allow you to lead and be better, because if you are, then you will raise the rest of us up. So they know to hinder you guys.
Thank you.
More so than us.
That's a great point, sister. Thank you. I appreciate that.
But like I said, I'm not in the position to talk. I didn't expect for you to
conversation. No, sister.
If you guys do want to discuss, I have a dissertation on this and what is transpiring, just like in the Hispanic community, and what's gonna happen in the future. Do me a favor, because I got to get to the next call because a lot of people are calling. Just text me back and we'll make sure we reach out to you, because I believe that you have a lot to say. You can articulate yourself, and on top of articulating yourself, you have a story to tell. Because why? It's tough that you have the accolades and you say, I'm one of those who got the degree and now don't have a job. Why do you choose not to have a job? I don't choose. I'm not. Okay, so like I said, if you read the Peter principle, where this is why we have presidents like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris running. The last competent president that we had only had two last competent presidents.
Well, sister, I'm asking. I'm trying to get to the bottom of your story.
I'm not choosing to not have a job. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. So
I just pray and I wait. When God gives me my opportunity, then I will have it. But other than that, I don't know.
All right. Well, don't worry about it. You got my phone. You got the phone number. Text me when it's done, and we'll reach out to you to have a discussion. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm just so surprised. I'm like,
you made it through.
Bless you guys.
Bless
Keep
you.
doing it.
Bless you.
The work that you do. All right.
Thank you.
You're brave to do this, because I couldn't show my face on television.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. Listen, the fearful will have their day in the lake of fire. Okay. Someone have to stand up and be courageous, stand for our people. And guess what? It's in you too. Thank you. Blessings. You can hang up. All right.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you, it's good to hear young ladies and young men who can articulate themselves and understand and quantify what's going on in the earth. But I would like to say this, and I want people to understand that. This is why the piece I wanted her to understand. Hey, do me a favor, 830. Please turn down the video because I have you on the phone, okay? It's a feedback. All right. They intentionally begin to, especially for black men, move us out of the college realm and started promoting more so college to our women. And they did that because they understood that the model of the 60s and 70s of educated men would threaten the system. Our education would automatically go into protecting and educating our community. So they was like, no, we can't have another Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or somebody else who was articulate to come in and protect the community. So they leaned towards our women, not that they cared about our women. Okay? They leaned towards them to prefer them over us, knowing what we do with the education and I would transfer it back to the community. We can have a lot of educated within our community, right? Right now, look at all the educated. But look at the state of our community now. So they intentionally said, we're going to deal over this side. And if there's any men that are educated that are black men, we're going to choose the gay ones. The Don Lemons. Okay, the conquered men that are already defeated. If you're already defeated by being up under a man, how can you take down the enemy? See? So they strategically said, you know what? The regular man, the man who feared God, the strong men who will protect family, nah, they have no place in this world as far as authority goes. Only the defeated and the victims will we promote over that particular community. 830 area code.
Hey, what's going on, Elder?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, sir.
Floor is yours.
Okay, well, I first just wanted to start off by saying, thank you for the work that y'all do. Shout out to yourself and Elder Lawya and all the rest of the elders that have been around for a while.
All praises be to the Most High.
All praises be to the Most High. Just kind of like quick kind of background, I guess. I've been following the church for quite some time, like way back when y'all was doing Blog Talk Radio. And a lot of the stuff that y'all used to talk about is like coming to fruition right now. I mean, it has been throughout the years, but I mean, like the lead up to it, like right now, it's like kind of like a grand showcase. And I don't think people really understand, to your point about with the education, it's kind of like when the scripture says like knowledge puffeth up. So like we get out here and we do get all of this education, but like you're saying, at the end of the day, how is that going to get us like salvation, or like what is that going to do for us in Christ? We got this education and we can't even get a job. And they were telling us years ago, basically like they're shifting everything into the technology sector or into like healthcare or the technology that would drive healthcare. And they would be telling us like in school and high school and stuff like, when you graduate college, go look for a job in like information systems, saying like technology, do something that has to do with some type of technology, which is basically would have been like the introduction to the AI. So we're kind of like that AI generation. Yeah. I was born in 92. So like I grew up when internet kind of first came out, was kind of like my preteens into like my manhood, I guess, was like internet first came out. We kind of got social media, all of that stuff. So it's affected my generation the most. But like to kind of reel it back in, like I said, a lot of that stuff that y'all used to talk about is like coming to fruition now, like the digital angel and just like a lot of stuff, like the lesson that you're always talking about, like the path to the mark of the beast, like all of that stuff, like from way back in the day, like a lot of that stuff is coming to fruition. And people who are just now kind of getting into the church, or maybe people who've been in the church, the reason why I brought out that scripture about like knowledge puffeth up is because they've gotten used to hearing you and Elder Lawya and the rest of the elders, Elder Rawchaa on Friday night, like breaking down this so much information. You know what I mean? Like, it's so much information, and it's so much good information, and so much labor that goes into like finding this information, and then like the spirit be on y'all to like bring this stuff out and to inform people, and like us as like members of the body and members of the church, people who haven't been baptized that are listening online as well, get baptized. You know what I mean? And like Elder be saying, come into a body or come into some type of fold, because it keeps you, the people hold you accountable, so that way you're not having to face so much temptation out here. It helps you fight the fight the way that you're supposed to fight. But with that being said, like
brother, we're gonna have to land this thing in a minute. We've been 6 minutes straight.
Here I come. My fault. I'm scrambling, but I'm gonna land it right now, Elder. So basically, what I'm saying is, like, for the listeners who are out there, don't take what's being said for granted.
Yeah.
Reel it back in and understand like what's being said to you and what's being given to you, because a lot of people is allowing this information to go over their head. They think that this is some type of movement. They think it's a joke. They think that us saying that we're Israelites is like a
hey brother, I don't want to break you off, brother, but you ain't landed. It's 7 minutes in, and I'm with you. You got to land that plane.
Okay, I got you, Elder.
My brother.
This is my final statement. Then I'm gonna go ahead and
You just said the final statement. I'm gonna give you. Listen, you got 10 seconds. Go ahead.
10 seconds right here with my last 10. Just don't let this information go over y'all's heads. Study the scriptures behind what the elders are telling us and teaching us, because they are confirming the things that the same thing that Christ and the apostles, the disciples, the prophets, everything that they were talking about. The elders are in the same spirit confirming those same things, and God is showing us in the world behind actions that are going on in the world. Thank you, I yield. Thank you.
My brother, you yielding out. My brother. Shalom. Now.
Shalom.
Bless you. Lord, in the morning time. Now. 214 area code. I need you to hold for 1 second, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Now, when it comes to the education, the Bible tells us that the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God, which means education means nothing if it isn't benefiting our people or your people. What I find now that education, when I was coming up, it seemed like it had more to it. It had more depth and meaning. Like a master's 20 years ago meant something. Not to minimize someone getting educated now. Right? Because what happens is, if so many people get things and it become antiquated and saturated with it, it devalues that thing. The masters meant something because it wasn't that many people with one. That's number one. Number two.
I'm on the call, Kareem. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm with you, sister. That's fine. Give me 1 second. Another thing. It's what you're getting educated for. Could it transfer into something essential that can help your people and help yourself concerning what's to come? Will there be a space where that particular degree would mean something in the real world outside of school? The next thing, what I've found, not all, but some people get educated because they would like for themselves a status symbol. okay, to tell people I have this, whether or not there's a benefit of having it or not. Just to say I have it, which is pride. That's pride. A status symbol. Some people I've seen it, get educated, so that now they can use that as a tool for argument. To shut down those who don't agree with them, to claim, well, hey, how can you tell me? I have a master's. So now, an argumentative person have received paperwork to justify them being argumentative. At the end of the day, to learn is good. To have an education is good. Okay? But then we can't have self-adulation and have pride come in to where we cannot condescend to the lowest man and be real strictly because Esau told you that he gave you a piece of paper. Okay? It's all about humility and having that transfer into benefiting your people at the end of the day. Okay? Or it's just a piece of paper. Yes, how you doing, 214 area code?
I am wonderful. How are you doing?
I am blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Your name?
My name is the one and only Kim Toomey.
All right, talk to me.
Well, first of all, I love your teaching. I love your style. I love everything from day one. I've been watching y'all probably about 2 years or something like that.
All praises be to the
I
Most
pray
High.
I pray God blesses everything your hand touches. I don't even know where to start because you talk about so many things, and I love the fact that you educate people. I find a lot of people, even if they do study their Bible, they don't study God's adversaries. And I find that to be a huge problem. Because how can you prepare if you don't know? You know, the Bible talks about how Satan's going to warn you. He's going to tell you what he's going to do so his children can prepare. But how are you going to prepare if you don't know his adversaries, right? So,
All right.
example, I work in Hollywood. So, example, right now, a lot of stuff that you see, not just now, but even in the past, we have this thing called crisis actors. That's what you see going on in Hollywood right now.
Hold up
And
now.
people
Oh,
really
you
think-
hey, listen, I'm going to give you all the time you need because you're rolling it off the tongue right now. So you work in Hollywood. What part of Hollywood? What you do in
I
Hollywood?
work with celebrities. Yeah, I work with celebrities and my clients. Yeah. 20 years
Celebrities
now.
are your clients. What is your occupation without putting yourself out there?
I really don't. I'm a woman of God, so I really don't do titles, to be honest with you. So, I
But
call
you
myself
do
a
work
celebrity
with
broker.
with celebrities we know currently.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you said in California. Are you in California?
Oh no, I would never.
So are
would
you
never.
saying that what you're witnessing in California right now are crisis actors?
They're called crisis actors. Yeah. So what they do is you have George Soros is one of them example, and what he does is they recruit all kind of people, immigrants to college students. And what they do is they offer to pay stuff, so they can pay you cash. They can wipe away your student loans. It depends on what the gig is. You know what I mean? If it's big enough, they'll pay your house off. It just depends on what they want you to do. So the Bible talks about the end time deception, and this is a part of it. And I be trying to wake people up, and people so sleep like it's crazy. Example: even the stuff with Elon Musk and Trump. If you go back and watch The Simpsons season 30, everything you've been seeing with Elon and Trump is already played on The Simpsons in season 30. Like everything is deception. And everybody's still watching the news, and they caught up. I'm like, I need to turn the TV off.
Okay, hold
All
up,
this is
hold
fake.
up now. You're speaking fast. Let's go back to
Oh,
the
I'm sorry,
crisis.
sorry.
Let's go back to the crisis actors.
Uh-huh.
So you said you work in Hollywood, and what happens is they'll let immigrants in and give them money or pay off debt to college students if they're willing to go out and create anarchy.
Yeah, they do that with everybody. It could be a celebrity. It could be a influencer. I mean, example, let's use COVID. They pay the celebrities to say, go get the COVID shot.
Oh,
Government is
well,
in
listen,
on all kinds of
allegedly.
stuff. No, it ain't allegedly. That's
No.
the truth. I work in-
Listen what I'm saying, though.
Oh.
Because YouTube don't like when I say COVID.
Oh,
Okay? They'll send the sentinels.
Oh,
They got like 1 billion eyes on my channel waiting to just
I
stomp
got
it.
you. Yeah,
All
my
right?
name is Kim, not Karen. I be out here in the streets. I be telling my Hollywood what I'm talking now. They all used to it because I'm not scared of nobody. But
I'm not scared of anyone. But I love.
No, I'm talking about just.
I love the reach. I love the reach of this page, though. This
Right,
page
I
is the
got
tool
you.
to get to so many, or you wouldn't be on the phone with me right now. So I want to keep it. Yeah,
I got you.
I can't say what other people say. Unfortunately.
I got you.
And for some sister, and for some reason, they must have just put the stop button on this channel, right? Because how long have we been at 130,000 subscribers here? People, I mean, they've just stopped showing my subscribers.
Well, they call it shadow banning. So they probably did. When you have certain hashtags, I don't know if you heard, but you know they're about to. Have you heard about the Noahide law?
The what law?
It's called Noahide law.
Oh yeah, I know about the Noahide law. I know how they're
Okay,
going to try
so-
to implement it as an international law,
Well,
and use
it's already implemented. Trump is a part of it. All of them are part of it. They already got their hashtags and words you can't use, which is, Yeshua, Jesus, and stuff like that. I don't know if you heard about the Temple Mount, but they announced that they're going to start building the third temple by the end of the year. So this is about to happen rapidly. People no sleep.
Well, if I trust your expertise on where you are in Hollywood and understand that, but don't go for the old. We're about to build a third temple. They've been talking about.
They said that I didn't. I get the Temple Mount news. I'm a member.
Okay, well check this out. They've been talking about this. They've been talking about this Temple Mount for 40 years.
No, I agree.
All right. Well, thank you, sister. And
I appreciate it.
Do me a favor whenever you can, so that we can talk about some of those interactions that you would have with celebrities and what's going on, because you may have some insight of how they deal as far as their ritualistic Canaanite religions and all that. But I'll talk about that separately. Do me a favor, text me your name and say you're the one who deal with celebrities, and I'll talk with you we'll talk offline to probably have a
text
different.
You at this number?
At this number right here, we'll have a discussion offline to discuss a future broadcast. All right?
Okay. That sounds good. You have a blessed evening.
Thank you. And you know what?
Bye-bye.
Thank you. You can hang up. I got you, sister.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
And she wasn't nervous. And it's a blessing to hear sisters and brothers who's in the know, right? Who have their head on straight and understanding the war we're in. So that's a blessing to hear. That's just a shot. 864 area code.
Hey, Elder.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
And let me put this 864. The reason why we don't go for that, they're building a temple in Israel type of thing, that has nothing to do with Christ's prophecies concerning him coming. Everything they do with that temple is to actually feed into the Jesuit lie that a third temple must be built in Jerusalem before Christ returns. That's nowhere in the Bible. So they're feeding into the Jesuit lie to throw Christians off, to look for something that Christ never said would happen. Okay? Ignatius Loyola and Roberta, two Jesuits in the 1600s, came up with that garbage doctrine. And ever so often, Christians and Jewish people will put something out there to throw Christians off. The elite would throw that off there. Yeah, we're about to build a temple, which is a self-fulfilling prophecy outside of what Christ said. They'll put it out there so that they have Christians looking for something that'll never happen while they're implementing the mark of the beast right up under your nose. Okay? Where did Christ say he'll return, a sign of him coming, is when they build a third temple? They misinterpret Paul's teachings, lying on Paul. Okay? When it says they're in the temple of God, sitting in the temple of God, saying they are God. They're already doing that. You got the people in our homeland. They've already fulfilled that scripture. They're already there. They're sitting in the temple of God, claiming to be the people of God. That happened in 1948. The temple have already been built. It's them over there, wrecking shop. How you doing, 864 area code?
All right, how you doing, Elder?
I am blessed by the best, and his name is Yeshaya.
Mine. I just want to say I'm glad of how you kept me, man. I got shot a couple months back. I don't know if I can say that. I'll just say.
Oh
pew,
man,
pew.
you can say that. What happened? How did you get shot? What were you doing out there?
I was just working, and I guess somebody decided I was their problem. But when I was walking out the door, I guess this person followed behind me, and they got me about 8 times. Well, the police report said they found 10 shell casings, but 7 of them went into me, and 1 of them grazed me.
Man, I'm so sorry to hear that.
At close range, man.
I thank the Most High that you're living, but I think there's some details here. Do you know the reason why someone would walk behind and shoot you?
I did not know the person, so I don't know what was going on in their life, but they decided that I was the problem that day. And
was there some online activity going on that you can probably relate it to? Anything? It's just a stranger?
Yeah, it was just a stranger. I don't know this person, but I'm
so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I caught four of those pellets in my arm. I'll say pellets instead of the B word.
I don't care. You say bullets on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I got 4 bullets in my arm, and it fractured my left arm, but I was trying to block my face and chest, and I might not have been here if I didn't, but I got 2 in my stomach and 1 in my leg, and yeah, this person was trying to take me out the game.
Was it one of our people? It was one of our people who did this?
I think it was a Hamite. I think he was African.
Well, there's no way you would have known if he was Hamite or not, would you? I mean, he was a black. He could have been an Israelite.
He seemed like an American because he cussed me out like an American. But when I seen the report, his name was one of them African names.
Okay. So when you said he cursed you out, so there was some level of conversation that led to a confrontation?
Yeah, he for some reason he decided he would start cussing me out, and you know, I was like, nah, I'm not that dude. You know what I'm saying? I let him know. He got in my face a couple times, but I didn't take it seriously. I didn't think he was brave enough to mess with me because I grew up fighting. So
okay, you know. So now we get into it. It seems like he was seeking to instigate something with you, and you engaged in this confrontation, this verbal confrontation.
Yeah, he started cussing me out for no reason. He was like, "Come outside, come outside." I was like, "Nah." I'm like, you know.
Hold up. So for a second, what started inside?
I don't know. He just started cussing me out.
So nothing happened. He just seen you out of nowhere and just came at you.
I didn't do nothing to this brother. I seen him before, but you know, maybe he thought I was somebody else. But I've never spoken to him before.
Okay, is he locked? Is he locked up?
Yeah, he locked up.
Okay, all right. Well,
but
brother,
yeah.
I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure there's some details that can't be explained here right now. But I think the Most High that you're healthy.
I'm not talking about it because it's an ongoing thing in court. That's why. You know.
I understand. You're talking around things because it's an ongoing scenario that you have to go to court with. All right.
Right. So I'm just the biggest part is I'm glad God kept me because when I was laying on the ground waiting on the ambulance, I ain't know if I was gonna make it or not. I stayed on the phone with my dad the whole time. I called my dad. I was like, "Dad, pray for me."
Brother, I'm so glad you made it, brother. All praises to the Most High. The angels were there. You know what I mean? But you know, we maybe you're saying this to edify for our brothers and sisters out there to know, hey, Sometimes it's good to walk away. Sometimes it's good not to engage. It can be a death angel in the room. Sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like, listen, hey, it's no conversation here. Do not go back with a person, especially in these times where people where our lives isn't worth anything in the world today. You could be left somewhere and they won't even investigate under certain circumstances. So maybe you putting it out there for our brothers and sisters to know that, you know, every scenario doesn't need a comeback. Sometimes we have to let it be, and it's in the scriptures too. Sometimes we have to let it be.
I think like you was saying, with people going crazy after the jab and stuff, like the month before, I fell asleep in the car. I was like door dashing late, and somebody came up to my window. They was probably trying to rob me or something, and they ended up, you know, shooting at me. A month before, I got hit multiple times. So I think it's the enemy trying to take me out, but you know, I'm trying to stay a million miles away from trouble,
brother,
man.
This is the advice I can give you. Once, okay. Twice, you have to watch how you're walking and interacting with people. It could be something that you're giving off that's leading to this, and if it is, you know, I behoove you to fix whatever that is.
I will hope I'm not doing that.
All right, I know. I'm just saying, if it's one time, but if it's two times, okay, I would look at myself and say, even though I probably don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing something wrong with every time I'm between the crossfires, right? So I'm not blaming you, but I'm saying maybe there's something you need to look in within yourself that could have you avoid these altercations going forward. All right, but I'm glad you made it. All right.
All right. God bless.
Bless you, my brother.
Thank you.
Shalom. Well, I'll take one more because we getting into the after dark zone. I'll take one more. Hold on. I'll take one more here, and that will conclude our broadcast for this evening. 1 second. All right. Right there. 609 area code.
Nope.
Yeah, that brother need to get up out of that area. I'll tell you that. 609 area code. We're calling. You left a message?
No, I was calling in regards to, I'm in New Jersey, and I would like to know where y'all fellowship at on Saturday so I can join y'all.
Okay, what part of Jersey?
Atlantic City area.
Atlantic City. We have two separate churches. Let me see here. Let's see. I'll tell you what. So I'm going to put it up here real quick. I'm going to have you in Atlantic City. So the closest church we have, I think we have one in Central Jersey. That's not too far. How close are you to? No, you're further from Newark. You know what? You would probably want to come to the Philadelphia church, to tell you the truth.
Sounds good.
Hold on. Let me get your name, if you don't mind, sir.
Mike Brown.
Mike. Nice to meet you, Mike Allah.
All right.
How old are you, sir?
32.
32. How long have you been watching the church?
About 2 years.
2 years. Oh, yeah. Did you get the juice?
You.
Smart man. Let me tell you, I'm hearing from a lot of people that people are just burying people. Ever since they agreed to do what Biden told them to, it's been funerals all over the place. And all the people that listen, are getting spared through this. So I'm so glad you listened, my brother. I'll tell you what, Michael, I'm gonna reach out to you, and I'm gonna have Philadelphia Bishop reach out to you so you can come to the church. All right?
That sounds good.
My brother. Yes, we do have a church in Orlando, Florida. Yes, we do. Last call for real.
Every since they agreed to do what Biden told them to, well, I'm just trying all over the place. And all the people that listen.
Yeah, Cedric.
Yeah, this is Cedric. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you mute? Can you mute the YouTube? Hope y'all notice how I can strategically talk around.
I had Philadelphia Bishop reach out to you so you can come to church, right?
Can you turn down the volume on YouTube, sir?
Yes, sir. It's down.
All right. Y'all notice how I've learned to strategically talk around that whole Jim Juice thing, but still follow the rules concerning, YouTube guidelines. I got strategic. I know how to talk around it where people understand what I'm talking about, because I really want to warn the people what I'm gonna tell you, because the people that were in the mind to do that will be the same people taking the mark of the beast when it comes. Straight up. They're going to roll the same thing out, and the same people were stomping 10 toes down will be the same people lining up to get chipped. Watch what I tell you.
Wow.
Talk to me, Cedric.
Yes, sir. Hey, good lesson tonight.
All praise be to the Most High.
Right. We were bracing, understanding that this beast system is going to be instituted, and it's amazing. Also, how they're trying to deregulate any attempt from the level to fight back against AI, and this is in the economic plan that they're trying to pass through the Senate now. I'm also seeing stuff on YouTube, about people across the board, making a stance or making our history, and what my thoughts are is with AI coming in, they can replace our history now, and if there's no regulation for it, then they can totally rewrite history. So when we go to history now, it's because they're getting rid of teachers and all of this. AI is now the thing out there now, the source out there for the truth. So just interested to hear your thoughts, primarily on that, what they're doing, laws that they're trying to pass to prevent the states from fighting back against AI.
And you know what? I'm glad you're mentioning this, because I want to have another broadcast and ask the people, knowing that all these occupations are going away, what thoughts do one have in being able to survive outside of your current occupation? Like, what is the plan knowing that the majority of jobs are going away? And I'm doing this, I just want to hear the ideas of how people are thinking.
Well,
in a way where the Most High is moving them. And let me tell you one thing about our people. Let me tell you, we persevere. One thing about us, we are strong people. And we persevere and we adapt. And that's why, and this is because I want to learn a lot out of our people. When we're forced to kick in and figure things out, something different happens in the earth. And that's why I want to ask people, knowing that these occupations are going to go, what plans do our people have to actually transition through the new beast system without bowing to it? Right? And I'm sure our people will come with some serious, resourceful answers. And I'm going to have a show on that, because I really need to hear how people are thinking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But go on. You got the last word.
Well, I would say this: if we have been listening, and I know I've been following you, and I've been a member, I'm an active member now.
Praise the Most High.
San Antonio body. if we've been listening in terms of our preparation, you've done a good job in giving us, breaking down prophecy, in a way where we can react to it. And to answer the question wholeheartedly, hey, we gotta be self-sufficient, own an acre of land, own 2 acres of land, and then figure out a way how to, without creating expenses, solve our housing issue. How don't go out and get a mortgage. If you can do something cheaper where you can pay off in a year or two, have your house paid off. And then we got to stop being selfish. It's the real deal. Instead of investing in ourselves, we need to be investing in our children, because one day we gonna be gone. And what we're gonna leave our kids with now, especially now that the jobs are drying up. So we got other opportunities like living life policies, which is it's the same, works like an insurance policy, but you can actually dip into it. If you want to buy a car, once you build it up, you can dip into it, and it works for you. It's a living
I'm not
thing.
talking about, and that's good that you're talking about budgeting and money and all that. But what about when money's gone? That's the part I want to see, what our people have in them to survive outside of what we've used, what they've come accustomed to. Because once COVID was over and they opened up, we opened up into a new infrastructure, a new economy altogether, where a lot of these jobs they're getting rid of has become obsolete. So let me tell you, our people are resourceful. I just need to hear amongst the people what ideas have come to them. And why? Right. Because I believe if I could just hear this to the people, it's going to stimulate ideas amongst all of us, and other people who may not have a way out can say, you know what? Hey, I can do that. Right? So we're going to have that conversation soon. All right? But hey, I'm going to tell you, you're going to get a grill, get an LLC, and whip something up. Because people going to always need something to eat.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir. And we definitely got the talent within the ranks.
All right.
To be out ourselves.
My brother. Well, I appreciate you, Cedric,
yes,
and you're a strong brother in the body, and I hope to see you soon. Blessings.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, Elder Lawya, this concludes our broadcast. I thank you for all you do, young man. You, my brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You have a great night, and let's do what we need to do to continue in this work. Let's finish strong. And brothers and sisters, do not take the mark of the beast. With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. Man, I couldn't believe I seen that picture of that sister with her baby at her baby's birthday, man. Let me tell you, they're staring into the planetary. They're staring into the avatar. And our people are losing their mind and losing their soul. We have to pray for our people. We have to pray for them. I'm going to tell you, we have to pray for them. Shalom, we're the children of Israel, and we're back. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel, and do not take the mark of the beast. Shalom. HistoryTimes.org. This coming Wednesday, week 3, we're going into the promises of Abraham. We're going to break down all the scriptures in the New Testament that they try to claim in Christianity, that we, being the children of Israel, now that we know we're the children of Israel, it doesn't matter. Okay? So we're going to go into that. All the scriptures they use to lie on us within Jesuit, satanic, Christian Daba. Blessings. Stay prayed up. We will soon see Israel. And yes, the Most High is calling back Israel. I want to see you all who haven't enrolled. Go to historytimes.org and join us week 3 of your Hebrew and Bible Academy. Blessings.
To a land where no man can dwell, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the hearts of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us, at gunpoint, together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Together us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, the highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, the highest gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the hearts of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. Life still in fornicating. My mind turned to reprobate. Lord, I pray I'm not too late. Show me to the water. I'm tempted left and right. So there my heart sees the light. I'm afraid for my life. Show me to the water. No, I don't like the sin I'm in. No, I can't stand my sin. No, I was all about the fun, but every time the fun was done, I thought 3 in the field, you will pick one. Show me to the water. Raise me to be a better man. I think I built my house on sand. Point me to this promised land. I need a friend to save me from the sin. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't like the sin of me. Oh, please take me to the water. Be my friend. I know I'm sin, but I'm going in. I make that sacrifice. Nothing left to do. I'm going down for you, Lord. I'll make that sacrifice. To you, I'll give my life.
single day, Lord, I will. I lay down my life. Oh, I will. Take me to the water. Come on. Take me to the water. Lord, I lay down my life and make that sacrifice. For you, I'll give my life. Take me to the water.